I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really make business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Thank you for joining us this beautiful Monday morning. Let's see what's making the headlines this morning. Nigeria's oil production hits 1.7 million barrels per day, FAAC up by 60%, and this is according to the presidency. Dangote confirms refinery upgrade to 700,000 barrels per day capacity. Industry leads as confidence in economy rises to 20.7 index points. World Economic Forum founder Klaus Schwab accused of manipulating global rankings. Usyk knocks out Dubois to become undisputed heavyweight champion. Well, let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the presidency has the economy has stabilized with oil production now at 1.7 million barrels per day and Federation account allocation rising by 60% under the current administration. Sunday Dare, the special advisor to the president on media and public communications, stated this in response to the criticism by the ADC accusing Tinubu's administration of mismanaging the economy and using the opportunity of late President Muhammadu Buhari's death to score cheap political gains. Dare revealed that the criticism by the ADC regarding former President Buhari's state burial is nothing but an opportunistic exercise in manufactured outrage. According to Dare, FAAC allocations increased by over 60%, with 31 states, once crippled by debt, now paying salaries and pensions. Moving on, the Dangote Petroleum Refinery in Lagos is currently going through a modification process to upgrade it from 650,000 barrels per day to 700,000 barrels per day. According to reports, the upgrade, which is to add another 50,000 barrels per day to the facility's nameplate capacity, is expected to end in the fourth quarter of this year. President of the Dangote Group, Alhaji Aliko Dangote, dropped the hint during a chat with newsmen during a recent tour of the refinery in Lekki, Lagos. According to Dangote, the largest single-train refinery could not reach 100% capacity this year due to the modifications going on, expressing confidence that the modifications would scale up the oil refinery. And still on, confidence in Nigeria's economy strengthened further in June 2025, with the industry sector leading the surge as the overall confidence index rose to 20.7 index points from 18.7 in May. The latest figure reflects rising optimism among businesses about macroeconomic prospects, particularly in industry-driven activity. This was revealed in the Central Bank of Nigeria's Business Expectations Survey for June 2025, published on its website on Friday. The report highlights growing confidence among respondent firms and forecasts that this optimistic trend will continue over the next 6 months, with the index projected to rise to 41.3 index point. To end the local news, the Labour Party Senate caucus has raised alarm over what it describes as a direct threat to the life of Peter Obi, a former Anambra State governor and party stalwart, by Monday Okpebholo, the executive governor of Edo State. In a strongly worded statement issued on Saturday and signed by 4 Labour Party senators, Victor Ume, Ireti Kingigbe, Ezia Oke, and Tony Nwoye, the caucus condemned the alleged remarks made by Governor Okpebholo, in which he reportedly said that Obi's security would not be guaranteed should he visit Edo State again without prior approval. According to reports, Obi had recently visited Edo State, where he donated 15 million naira to a nursing school in a gesture the caucus described as noble and patriotic. The senators expressed dismay that such an act would be met with hostility rather than commendation. And on the foreign scene, preliminary findings from a probe into World Economic Forum founder Klaus Schwab has revealed that he allegedly manipulated the landmark Global Competitiveness Report to serve political interest and sent lewd emails to younger employees. Reports revealed that they also showed that his wife allegedly billed trips to the WEF despite holding no official position with the organization, and this is according to the report. These findings appear to corroborate allegations contained in a whistleblower letter which accused Schwab of financial misconduct, including misuse of WEF funds and inappropriate treatment of employees. And also, Japan's ruling coalition has lost its majority in the country's upper house, while Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba revealed he has no plans to quit. Voters went to the polls on Sunday for the tightly contested election being held at a time of frustration at the coalition of the Liberal Democratic Party and its junior partner Komeito over rising prices and the threat of U.S. tariffs. Speaking after polls closed on Sunday, the Prime Minister said he solemnly accepted the harsh result, but his focus was on trade negotiations. Having already lost its majority in Japan's more powerful lower house last year, the defeat will reportedly undermine the coalition's influence. And out to sport, Alexander Usyk has defeated Daniel Dubois to become the undisputed heavyweight world champion with a 5th round knockout at London's Wembley Stadium on Saturday. Victory saw Ukraine's Usyk extend his unbeaten professional record to 24 fights as a WBA, WBC and WO champion, added his British opponent's IBF belt to his collection. Early in the fifth round, Usyk dropped his opponent to the canvas, finishing the fight in emphatic fashion 1 minute and 52 seconds into the round after his trademark left hook left his British rival unable to beat the count. Now to end the news, Manchester United forward Marcus Rashford's transfer to Barcelona is moving closer with a deal in principle reached over a potential loan move to the Spanish giants. According to reports, Barcelona have been Rashford's preferred destination since he suggested it was a time for a new challenge in December after being dropped by head coach Ruben Amorim. Reports, however, revealed that the transfer would be an initial loan with an option to buy. Rashford spent the second half of last season on loan at Aston Villa, where he made 17 appearances across all competitions, scoring 4 goals and providing 6 assists. Well, that does it this morning on the BDTV Breakfast News. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is a newspaper review. Do stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today. Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back. This is still the BDTV Breakfast Show. We are now ready to see what we have on the front pages of the newspapers this morning. Of course, I'm not doing it alone. I'm doing this alongside
Onyeka Valentine.
Very well today.
Fantastic
Firstly, let me start by asking you how your weekend was and how you're feeling today.
You know, great question, but the answer might be a bit wavy, but I would say great, that. You could have been better. When Nigeria happens to you, you find a way around it.
So what do you need to make the week better?
Well, so I have not been given the desirable, so what is available goes.
What's the desirable? You never can tell. Maybe I could provide the desirable.
Okay,
What's the desirable?
Can we have government officials stop driving one way? If we can, people like us who are not government officials, rather we render essential services, can get to work on time. And I left my home, what time? 6 a.m. So we can come have our normal paper review and everything. It took me 2 hours to get here. Normally it should take me 30 minutes. 2 hours. Why? Because you have people in sirens. I thought that thing was supposed to be abolished a long time ago, but they did it.
But it's not.
But I mean, we're driving one way. How am I going to respect you if I see you who is someone who is supposed to be upholding the law?
And then you're also flouting those same laws that
you now. And then even worse, you have a so-called, security personnel without a badge number or identification number on top of his whatever he's wearing, and you're saying, leave the road. I'm like, it's not an ambulance. I mean, I can understand it's not an ambulance. You just see them, you go see through the glass that, it was a government official.
Welcome to Nigeria, where things like this happen, where what is good for the goose is definitely not good for the gander. But let's see what we have on the front pages this morning. Starting off very differently today with the Vanguard newspaper this morning. The Vanguard newspaper today, Monday, July 21st. The big story here says, why Obi El-Rufai are yet to join ADC. This is according to Bolaji Abdullahi, and this continues on page 5 of the Vanguard newspaper this morning. The writer goes on to say, ex-PDP Governors Forum DG joins ADC. Obedient one party against selling presidential ticket to IS bidder. Omo Agege has no plan to leave APC, but... And then, but...
There's a big boss
and
there.
This is Ayiri Emami speaking. It says, no ADC leader can inherit Buhari's 12 million block vote. Obviously, like this is very dicey and tricky. And then on page 8 of the Vanguard paper this morning, it says 2025 SSSCE disregard report on purported cancellation. Federal government, WAEC, tells the public, because obviously we know that there was news about purported to be cancellations of SSE, but they are saying to us disregard that report. Anyway, on page 8 said governors, media chiefs for Lateef Jakonde's lecture in Lagos on July 23rd. And on page 10 of the Vanguard paper this morning, it says late Awujale stood for revalidation of June 12 polls. And moving on, speaking about defections on this tiny block on the Vanguard paper this morning, says Adeleke's negotiation hit brick wall. This is from APC sources. And then we move on to talk about subsidy removal. It says turnover profits soar in oil companies, and this should seem like a good thing in that case. And then we see a picture here, obviously, of Zenith Bank winning Euro Money Award. I mean, they've been in the news for a while now, winning awards upon awards. And I have a feeling, I have a bias about awards, but I just leave that. Then no, we know these things. These things. Don't pick words from my mouth. Then there's another one here. It says 8-day Fidal prayer for Awujale. Obviously, there've been prayers going on and on for the Awujale who passed on. But let's start with the big story, the one at the center spread. It says why Obi El Rufai are yet to join ADC.
So have we decided to blow the whistle for the parade before time? We were thinking, and now I'm just trying to be a bit sarcastic. We're thinking already they made up their mind to have a coalition and get to the ADC. I was shocked when I saw the headlines. This morning I was listening to it over the radio on my way to work, that Obi is still yet to make up his mind. Now,
what's he waiting for?
So the question is this. We already are aware that they have some issues in Labour Party at the time. I don't know if they've resolved it. Now it's even clear to us that PDP is almost disgruntled, as the case may be. But now that he's still trying to make up his mind, is he really? Do you think he's okay with the lineup? Do you think he's not getting some words again from some different people saying, these people, they are bringing you into a kind of, a group arrangement. Are you sure you're ready for this? Are you sure you're ready for this? Is this possible that they might just bring you in, then use you and dump you, use it to get all the votes and all the sympathizers, or put it this way, those who follow you because they like your character, like who you are. You have this humane character towards situations, you have leadership ethics and all those things. Are you sure they just want to just use you to achieve? So a lot of words will be going through, a lot of people whispering in his ear and everything. But then again, if he's still considering, that could also be a political move too, to delay it and see the true nature of ADC. But whichever it is, it's a political party. What is their major agenda? Is to go for power. And so, here comes the big question.
What's the big question then?
Who will step down for who? In an event where he decides to say, okay, I go with ADC. So I think now he has sat back and looked at it very well and said it would make no sense to begin to jump from fry pan to fire. And
that's why there's this rider here that says that obedience won party against selling presidential ticket to highest bidder.
Point. So you look at it clearly now. I mean, that already has answered the whole thing. But politicians are politicians around the world. They will go where they know they will flourish. Time is not really on his side. If he doesn't run this 2027, in fact, he's now 64 years old. He celebrated his birthday. Was it yesterday, I think? He's now 64. So 2 years from now, he'll be what? 66. Okay. If he doesn't run, because maybe he doesn't want to go back to, he doesn't want to stay with Labour Party, which obviously he still is, but that's because he has made has he made an word against it? No, not at all. So, and then of course, forget PDP. So give and take. If we draw out these cards and we look at it closely, we will see that he has no other choice but to run this 2027. But under which party? He hasn't made up his mind with ADC. Are we thinking that he will just jump into a party that is already facing off and bring them to light again, just the way he did with Labour Party? Remember, if it wasn't for Obi, nobody would really know who Labour Party was, who they were. All right? So, again, just the way you have ADC, rooting out his head, other parties that have almost been relegated are dragging him, say, come, we're also new. We're also clean. We can give you that which you need. In this particular party, there's no rival. You'll be the sole person who will look up to. That is something that I think is a catch for him. Now, will he give his word to these people and tell them, wait, give me a while to think about it, and disappoint them? He's not a man that is known for going back on his words. Right? So I think, give and take, that we should watch the way it's going to play out. I'm sure he's waiting to see, to make sure that Atiku truly has the interest of Nigerians, as he has been saying. But let's just assumption, Obi and Atiku, who's going to step down for who?
You keep asking this question. You know, it reminds me of the song. It says, if you ask me, who am I going to ask? Because really, I think at the end of the day, it will fall back to both of them. It's really not. I mean, there has to be basis for who will be
to now say, okay,
VP.
I want to run alongside Atiku as his vice president. Again,
I don't know for sure.
If you look at it closely, that will bring him closer to power. I think. Again, this is just, hypothesis. I think it would not be a bad idea if he runs alongside someone who has actually gotten to that level, understood how this thing is run along the corridors of power. Someone who already was vice president 2 times. Someone who understands it and who has run with, of course, Obasanjo. There's nothing wrong if Obi says, I want to adopt the idea of she stoops to conquer. So, Atiku, you're my big brother. I'm going to run alongside you as your vice president. Let them win that ticket. Let them go there and see if we can make a change. Maybe they might not strike a deal. You know what? The next 4 years, if we make it, the next 4 years, I will step down and you run. That brings him closer to his dream. That brings him closer to those who are his major followers to say, we finally got him in the office. But there's a challenge now. Shetima is not really going to sit back. We're going to tell Oga, look, Oga, if you don't have the energy to run, I want to be the one to run. So there's a lot of back and forth. Again, if you look at it, the way it has been placed out, all the regions are now being represented. All right? You have Atiku, obviously was a major stakeholder from the north. There. And he has tasted power before. Right? Now you have Shetima, who is the current vice president to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So the dynamics now is playing in such a way that if you're a smart person, you can foresee it. You almost want to sound like, what do you call this guy again? Nostradamus. To say, I predict that this will happen. But in politics, your prediction might just be, a second fiddle to it. However, I think Peter Obi is very smart and he has his followers. It will serve him more if he runs with Atiku. He should learn from the past to say, look, the last time, yes, I won across board Lagos, some certain states, but not in total. Why? Because not everybody wanted me to be there. They were still looking at me with some skepticism, being skeptic. This is the opportunity for him to now say, at least get to where you can sit back with your boss and say, okay, why don't we do it this way to change Nigeria this way? Instead of saying, I don't want to run and blow second fiddle to somebody and then lose out totally. So I think this is facing him in the face. And so he's saying, I am caught up in between the deep blue sea and the devil. Who the devil is, we don't know. Who the deep blue sea is, we don't know. But one thing for sure, he's caught at the middle. He has something good going for him. He has a great reputation. Now they say he's a great, he manages money very well. And of course, he's not a corrupt person. All this track records is what is selling his brand. As
and up until now, there's been no stain to it.
Hence, he's saying that goes this way. Go and verify. So, in the spirit of verification, right, I would suggest Peter Obi, if he's listening and is watching this, there's nothing wrong if he goes and runs alongside Atiku.
Okay. Got it. I'll just take the place of being Obi's, somebody in his party that will relay this information to him. But let's move now to defections. Adeleke's negotiation hits brick wall, and this is according to APC sources. And then let's also talk about subsidy removal and turnover and profit soaring in oil companies.
I mean, I think we should jump into the subsidy removal and where we are with it right now. And they say, before you know where you're going to, you must know where you're coming from. Subsidy is gone. Are we feeling the pain? Of course, I'm feeling the pinch. But like he also rightly said, and that's our president, by the way, he said, if you want omelette, you must break the egg.
Okay.
And so, has he broken the egg by saying subsidy, was removed in his first week of getting to office? He did. Are we enjoying the omelette now? That's another question. Having said so, the money for that subsidy is turning into other things. Are we seeing those areas, right, experiencing a boom? In which industry which industry is this money being injected into? Is it agriculture, right? Is it security? We must be able to say give and take. And by the way, I heard something about they might be changing the tariffs for the rates for electricity or stuff, something like that. I don't know how true that story is yet, but however, we'll look into that. But the question now is, 2 years has come and gone. That money for subsidy, is it being channeled into things that will grow the economy from a different angle? Of course, we are waiting to see. We are now working on eggshells. Ever since the egg was broken, we're working on eggshells now. We've not seen the omelette yet, But our President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, we know that the omelette very soon should be served, so that we can all enjoy it, and some people are not left behind. It doesn't end up being animal farm where we say some animals, and all animals are equal, but some are more equal than
the others.
So let's see. But subsidy removal is hitting everyone.
Speaking of the Abu Jale's death as well, President Tinubu also has some interesting things to say about the late Abu Jale, speaking on how he stood for revalidation of the June 12 polls. According to him, he says that the late Abu Jale of Ijebu Land, Oba Sikiru Adetona, was resolute in his support for the revalidation of the annulled June 12, 1993 presidential election won by Chief MKO Abiola. Equally acknowledged the contributions of the late monarch towards his success in the 2023 presidential election. One thing you have to give to President Tinubu is he understands what loyalty is.
You know what? You just took the word out of my mouth, just like that. I was just going to say, if there's anything we should give to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu,
he does understand what loyalty is, no matter where he has
loyalty has
gotten
100%.
Yep.
He never forgets those who have sacrificed for him,
even if he's ahead of them.
Exactly. He always finds, and for the first time, I actually saw his true feeling when he sat in front of late former president who just passed on,
President Buhari.
When he sat in front of his remains, you could see the true feeling. You could see that pain in his face. He wasn't acting up. He wasn't, trying to put up an act. You could see it. So there's a different part of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu that we are seeing now. And like they say, if challenges don't face you, you will never ever become a challenger when the time comes. So, and in this case, when things like this come out, you begin to see and hear areas where you will now say, let's give him a pass. Yes, there's hardship, but let's also don't forget that hardship didn't just start now. It has been in his head a long time ago. Will it be taken out easily? It will take a while. At the same time, the same way you do a good thing, you do what? We come to where you've done a good thing, and then we'll also praise you. But you do the bad, if you make decisions that are not too correct, we'll also talk about it too. However, in this case, I think his ability to, not by ability, his person when it comes to loyalty, I don't think it's ever questioned. You can tell, look at his track records. Everyone who has supported him, who has been with him, one way or the other, is still with him. They see that loyalty train moving forward. So I think...
and that says something about, it says something about him,
It does. It does.
Of his loyalty, which is really important, especially in politics and in any game, in anything really. I think loyalty we must never question people's loyalty.
Yes, but in politics, it's hard to see people or find people who are actually loyal to the fault, because at some point the ship will be, will shake, the winds will be turbulent, and care is not taking, the ship will actually sink halfway. It takes someone who believes in the cause, someone who believes in the person, who believes in the agenda, and short his or her ear to a lot of rhetorics and a lot of words going around to stay with it. APC has had a lot of bashing back and forth. They are the ruling party. And so all fingers are pointed towards them, saying, you guys are keeping us in hunger, this, that. So there are a lot of bashing back and forth. Some of them were inherited before you came in. But however, loyalty is very important. But we see that more in the military, which is why they say discipline and loyalty. Because if you're not loyal to your, your fellow soldiers, which means you open up for enemy attack. So they must put all their life and everything in you. So in this kind of business of politicking, which is politics, you have to trust somebody. But trust is very hard to find, especially in Nigeria, where you see at every sneeze, every other party might catch a cold, and people start jump shipping. I don't want to stay and catch a cold. I want to move to the next party where they have the right thing that can cure my cold. So you see this in back and forth, and it gets to test the ability for someone to be loyal. However, when you see someone who can say loyalty to the end, give him his or her flowers.
All right. Speaking of giving people their flowers, let's move to the Punch paper this month. Let's see what we have on the front page.
Right, so we have here, it says PDP's flag bearer, battle begins after Atiku's exits. It says zoning consensus strategy top Thursday's PDP's neck agenda, says Makinde. Then down here it says, that's the same one we spoke about, right? But President
Jale's blessings paved way for my 2023
which I agree
victory.
with him. I mean, if you look at it,
look, I think for me that story, there's a lot to learn from it. I really respect people that will always acknowledge the people who put them on, the people who stood with them, the people who were a part of their success.
Right.
I always respect people like that, and that for me, if there's anything that is making me see President Tinubu in a different light or in a unique light right now,
strange, right?
It's justice for me. Because
Abujile's blessing paved way for my 2023 victory.
Look,
straightforward.
You could say, I mean, you're already there, you're already in power either way, so you can be like, I mean, just keep mum about it and just, just go obviously for the fidel prayers and just, he was a great man, he was just say, things, surface level stuff. But despite the fact that it's the number one person, you understand, the number one person, the number one citizen of Nigeria is still saying all the things, because really, if you're looking at it, you could say, you already had everything it takes to win. Do you understand? No, but it's still saying this. So for me, I really, like Gen Z will say, I really rate that, really.
Why didn't you join the Air Force?
Who's that?
You. Because you have that loyalty.
I'm an Air Force person. I went to Air Force. I went to Air Force. All right, let's move to another story.
So it says, Nas, showdown. Senate draws battle lines over Natasha's return. I was waiting for this particular story.
What do you have against the story?
Look, whenever we're on TV, I always talk about Natasha's stories, Senator Natasha's stories, wasting our time, But in this case, I want to take her side. I mean, if the court has said she should go back to office and resume, why are we not respecting the court? This is the problem we have. The same lawmakers make laws, the court interprets it, right? And those who are supposed to enforce it. So meaning to say that the lawmakers now are now moving out of their own, you have 3 tiers of government. They're leaving their own area to a different area. What are they saying? Are they saying that it's not possible? I don't understand, because
what are the issues right now when you say Senate draws battle line for Natasha's return? What really are the issues? Are they against it?
They are against it. They are against it.
Why?
Right? Let's be honest. Ego is there on the table. Now, maybe they don't really agree with the ruling, so probably they want to go contest it in court or appeal or whatever it is. But give and take, I think we should just let all ego and fight be laid aside and let us move on with the country. This thing is taking so much space. I mean, let's assume in this small space now on this paper was used to talk about some important thing that will better the lives of children. You know what I mean? But
I think it's still important, because if it's not important, it will make the front page of the newspaper.
But so when you say important now, right? I agree with you. But look, it is dragging too long. If she wasn't a good lawmaker, a different case. But so she made her case. She said, look, that she felt, disrespected. And so she made a case about it. However, how she went about the case has drawn a lot of international, attention. Whether she went about it the right way, but whichever it is, So I'm trying not to say this, but the Senate is a male-dominated, setting. Most of them are not happy that a woman can come and say the way she feels and then follow through, even go internationally. Yes, some will say she embarrassed the nation by taking that thing to that level. She could have exhausted her option. When you're frustrated sometimes because things are not going the way they are supposed to go, sometimes you make some dire movement. Like they say, okay, that strange times call for strange actions. And desperate times call for what? Desperate action. So she was desperate. My goodness, it's interesting. She was desperate about getting what she wanted. I'm laughing over it now because, we see the whole thing back and forth on the internet. However, we find a way to bring in the lighter part of it. As a business TV, the question is this: how is this whole story making the country, richer?
But I think that's to try to bring the business to try to see how is this story making the country richer. I think that's a hypocritical comment. You know why? Because every single story, right, that affects the nation or that is news doesn't necessarily. If you want to use the word, like we are not talking about an economic side of things, but if we're talking about the economic side of things, if you want me to spin a narrative, I'm going to talk about the fact that whatever this, maybe I'm going to talk about from the woman's side, that a win for her is a win for women, and it also brings more women to the forefront, and for me that's a good thing, and that moves us to the second level. So it does affect the nation. But
at least give me some now. At least today I decided to be on her side. On that before.
You thought you were on a side too. You said, how does it affect the nation? But let's see another story.
All right, so
that's obviously you're talking about how it impacts us economically. Now, the doctors are to begin nationwide strike on Thursday. This will definitely impact us economically.
Yeah, so this one is not something you can crack a joke over. Doctors are the frontline soldiers when it comes to emergencies. To phantom the fact alone that the idea of them going on strike is scary, is worrisome. You see, so this way I ask the question: the money that we realize from the subsidy thing, are we putting it into this area? That's quite important. If we're not, then we have failed. I mean, normally what's supposed to be your 7-point agenda? Right? Now, there's when you do a good one, we'll talk about the good one. When you do a bad one, we'll talk about the bad one. Starving them from what is due to them, it doesn't make any sense. We're losing already doctors on the daily, right? To different countries. They're leaving the nation.
Brain drain.
And what does that mean
battle
for us?
that we're fighting, and then obviously they're now going on strike.
That's the point. They're not going on strike. Well, again, God forbid there's an emergency. It could be anybody. Remember, this thing doesn't discriminate.
Stories like this really strikes a chord for me, because I lost my dad due to this strike. Doctors being on strike. So it's really, when you say it could be anybody,
it hits home.
Yes, it does hit home. Wow. So I mean, let's just move and speak on another story.
Zenith Bank emerges Nigeria's best bank at 2025 Euro Money Awards. We already mentioned that already, but we didn't really touch much. Should we touch it a little bit?
I don't think there's any much to say about it.
Apart from the fact that so let's congratulate them at least. So they've done well. And by the way, I like the fact that they normally have a way of making the December and Christmas period quite colorful. For people who go to Victoria Island, you will see the roundabout, the cool roundabout. It's designed and nice.
It just gives that Christmas feeling.
So I think they have gained the admiration of the public one way or the other. But for the angle of the finance angle, I'm sure they are not doing badly. Hence the reason why they won the award. We wish them well. Let's move into advance. So let's leave that part.
Yeah, there's also another story up there that Nigeria spending over.
Yes, since Nigeria spends over $3.6 billion annually on foreign health under Buhari. Seriously, I thought we allowed Buhari to rest.
It leaves you speechless, really. It does. It leaves you speechless.
I mean, I was going to hope they would say something else. All good.
But we've been speaking about medical tourism and all of this as our leaders going to access healthcare abroad. I mean, we had a guest on the Big Story last week who was talking about the fact. I did ask him a question about should we have laws that places a ban or limitation on on officials, authorities, people in power accessing healthcare or moving abroad for healthcare, and he agreed to that statement, saying that yes, indeed, there should be some laws placing some limitation on political office holders accessing power abroad, or at least a way to streamline it. And I think it's really important. It's really, really important, because look at that amount we're talking about. Is that $3.6 billion annually? That's a whole lot.
Under Buhari. Can you imagine if that money was put into building our hospitals, paying doctors' salary, making sure the equipment have the right people to, to operate them, making sure the system is impregnable?
Yeah.
Can you imagine what that could have done? Maybe, just maybe, it could have given him an extra 2 or 3 months. Why? Because he'll be right home. Instead of flying, going through the burden of going back and forth, treatment in different nation, your own home country. So, I mean, I'm not saying, again, it's not missing anything about the person who has passed on. Every now and then, if you look at it closely, we always say that, our hearts are with the family and everything. But again, when stories like this come out, because this is part of his legacy too, let's not forget, Nigerians spend over $3.6 billion annually on foreign healthcare under Buhari. That's with dashing this money, as layman terms.
And that's why there have been conversations about building a world-class national hospital. That's the conversation ongoing now, and we'll have to see and keep our fingers crossed if that's ever happens. That's if we don't have something that is likely to a world-class hospital now.
So we have hospitals that are that close. But the thing is, they are not government-owned hospitals. They are private-owned hospitals. So sometimes when people, put this way, when someone is sick and you are at that level where you need treatment, you move to those hospitals. The kind of bill we always want to make you leave your chair and just do some somersault.
But if you could afford I mean, we have to move on now because we're pressed for time. But if you could afford to go for healthcare abroad, then we might as well invest in a world-class hospital here where they can go. But I think it's the fact that even if that does happen, it's the fact that these people in power are just greedy people that don't even still believe in the system that they are the ones that built.
I will agree with you, and I will also say this. If we adopt proper, effective PPP, right? Public-private partnership, those government hospitals that we see every now and then on social media where you see someone crying, oh, there's a sick person here, and I attend to them, and they say, no, it's not my shift or something like that. That level of complacency, you will not see it. Why? Because you will have the structure being run by some professionals, and they will have this amount of money invested in the nation instead of it being given out to, visa this or travel that. I'm not saying travel is not good. I'm not saying, just add money to tourism, but it takes money out of Nigeria to different nations, and those nations are building their nation, they're building their structure, building their institutions with this money. So the question is, are we taking 10 steps forward, 20 steps backwards?
All right. Well, that's the question, and that's where we'll leave it today on the newspaper review. Let's see very quickly what we have on the cartoon of the day on the Business Day paper this morning. Well, that's the cartoon of the day. So you see someone on a sick bed. It says, and then you see the people who, that's something like a native doctor on the side. And then there's a woman. It says, don't worry, Baba. It's a London-trained herbalist. Because it goes back to, and it's good that we ended on that story. So you see the person on the sick bed. And then you see someone like a chef, and then you see the herbalist, and then that person says, oh, don't worry, Baba, it's a London. Because we don't seem to believe in our own system, and that's what this is saying again, because people tend to want to, especially in the healthcare sector. I think generally in Nigeria, people will rate something that oh, this is London, this is London made, this is London, and it goes back to even talking about a herbalist, because a herbalist is just a herbalist. You're understanding how to make use of herbs for your health, and then it says London trained herbalist, and you will see that suddenly if you had no faith in what that person could do, you suddenly have some faith, because it seems like you see some abroad certification on it.
So I mean, that narrative, very quickly before we go, that narrative is something that cuts across board. If I'm dressed in our own native, attire, and you're dressed in the foreign attire, there's this sense of superiority that somebody will have. Oh, I like the way you're dressed. Where did you get it from? I bought it from this store somewhere in the UK, the US, So I think the mentality should change. Is it going to happen overnight? No. Now, looking at the cartoon of the day, it just makes you understand that even if we know that the so-called traditionalist or traditional herbal doctor is from Nigeria, but they had to add that clause to be saying London-trained herbalist, so that he or she will be, be allowed to, to treat the person. Since there's still some, but there's something there again. It simply means that they over there, even though they're in UK, they've lost, trust for their treatment there. So they needed someone from their native home who would now come and carry over the treatment. It is telling you something, that once you add the abroad to it,
things change.
It becomes more valuable.
Things change.
But should it be like that?
Certainly not, but we have to wrap it up this morning on the newspaper review segment. We saw what we had on the front page of the Vanguard paper this morning. We also went to see what we have on the Punch paper, and then we just closed out with the cartoon of the day from the Business Day paper. But that's where we leave it to wraps. Up next is Business Morning. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I am Onyeka Valentine.
Stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning and welcome to Business Morning here on Business Day TV. It's Monday, July 21st, 2025. I am Destiny Momo.
And I'm Deborah Eze. Thank you for starting your day with us. We're here to bring you the latest insights shaping the Nigerian business and economic landscape, delivering not just the headlines, but the analytical depth behind the numbers. From local trends to global shifts, we ask the right questions and speak to the experts who help us make sense of it all.
And now let's move to the first conversation for today. Now, after months of surging prices, tightening monetary policies, and mounting pressure on household incomes, many are asking, is Nigeria finally turning the corner on inflation? Recent data from the National Bureau of Statistics shows signs of a potential slowdown in the inflation rate, though it remains in double digits and food inflation continues to bite.
Meanwhile, the central bank has kept a hawkish stance, raising the MPR to record highs in an effort to contain price growth. But is this strategy working? Are we seeing the first signs of relief or just a temporary plateau? And most importantly, when will ordinary Nigerians begin to feel the difference in their pockets?
Joining us to break this down is Dr. Goodluck Narum. He is the Director, Center for Data Analytics and Simulation from Caleb University, Nigeria.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us on Business Morning this morning.
It's so good to have you join us this morning, Mr. Caleb.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for having me this morning.
All right, so let's begin with the numbers. What's your readings of Nigeria's current inflation data? Are we genuinely seeing signs of a slowdown?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, from the latest data, it's observed that headline inflation has eased slightly to about 22.22%. That was in June 2025, and that was down from 22.97% as we had it in May. Now, when you look at that, at a first glance, you would say, oh, this looks promising. But then again, there is need for us to be very careful here. We need to be very cautious. Why? This is because the so-called decline, all right, is largely technical. Technical in the sense that this was driven by a base year rebasing, all right, effect, which happened earlier this year. Now, if you look at it from a month-to-month basis, just look at month-on-month changes, you understand, you will now discover that there is need for us to look at it from the real-time pain. Yes, of course, the headline inflation has eased, but when you look at it on a month-on-month basis, you now find out that inflation actually increased by 1.68% in June, up from 1.53% in May. So I'm talking about zooming in on the information. Yes, the information we're presented with is 22.2%, which made sense, and people say, oh, this is good. But when you look at it from a more critical angle, you discover that inflation actually rose by 1.68% in June from what we had in May, which was about 1.53%. So for me, I would say no. I would say that what we are seeing is not a genuine relief just yet. We're just seeing a pause. That's what I would say.
You know, you've already dived into what I'm going to ask, but still on food inflation, it remains persistently high. So what do you think is driving this stubborn trend, and why is food inflation harder to tame, you know, than headline inflation? Because what goes up, they say, really, food matters never really comes down. So how do we do this and make it, you know, fair for all?
All right, so food inflation, I will see food inflation as the elephant in the room. And why would I say that? Because for whatever reason, it is still sitting at the rate at which it was before. You know, looking at the latest rating, it's still sitting there and it's quite high. And to be very honest, when you compare it to the headline inflation, that's quite brutal, all right? But the question is, why is it so? Now, there are different attributions that can be given to that. But then let's look at it from some of the key drivers, which are somewhat deep-rooted. You have incidents of insecurity across farming communities, all right? You have logistics costs that are so high.
you have farmers reporting weak yields and weak harvests. And then more so, there is heavy reliance on food import. Okay, so these are some of the reasons why food inflation still remains as high as it is. And then when you add the foreign exchange volatility, all right, then you begin to see that food inflation would remain where it is if some of these factors that I have mentioned are not looked into critically. Okay, so unlike the headline inflation, where we see that there is a change, a promising change, but you discover that food inflation is somewhat sticky, all right? It cannot be fixed with interest rate alone. It's a structural and supply chain problem, and as much as possible, we need to see it not as a monetary issue. Interest rate cannot fix food inflation, okay? It is structural, it's a supply chain problem, and different measures need to be looked into as to provide solutions to it.
All right, so still on the inflation picture, let's now move to interest rate. The central bank has been aggressively raising interest rates. So in your view, has this strategy made a meaningful impact on inflation so far?
All right, speaking of role play, the central bank has done its part. It has played its part in trying to see how they can manage the whole inflation issue, all right, by looking at how interest rates would try to ameliorate some of the challenges we're having in inflation, okay? Now, if you look at what the CBN has done, you find out that our interest rate is one of the highest in Africa, okay? But here is the truth. Interest rate hikes cannot fix insecurity. Interest rate hikes, all right, cannot fix high logistics costs as much as possible, all right? So they don't produce tomatoes. I'm talking about the CBN now. Interest rate hikes don't produce tomatoes. Interest rate hikes would not unblock our ports, all right? So what the CBN has done is just to signal a role of discipline in trying to see how portfolio can be, attracted. But the question is, has that interest rate hike had any effect on inflation? Well, I would say it's just modest, okay? And without parallel moves on the fiscal and structural front, rate hikes are like when you use an umbrella, all right, in a flood. Yes, you are trying to do something, but is it really working? Of course not.
All right.
Oh, wow. Okay, so now looking at the statistics, while inflation may be easing, the cost of living is still rising for many Nigerians. So now, why is there a delay between policy actions and real life impact?
All right, speaking to that, you discover that monetary policy takes time to trickle down, okay? Usually there is a lag. And this lag usually would happen between, let's say, from 3 to 6 months. All right. So it would take about 3 to 6 months before the changes in rates begin to filter down through prices, through loans, and then through down to household spending. Okay. Now, meanwhile, you discover that Nigerians are experiencing what we call price inertia. All right. Inertia in the sense that once prices go up, you find it that they rarely come back down, all right? So even with the fact that headline inflation is slowing or easing down on paper, everyday costs in terms of food, transportation, housing are still rising. And then there is also what we call the crisis of expectation. And this is where people no longer trust that things will improve. And all of this put together affects how businesses set their prices and how families end up, spending.
Okay. All right.
So how are small businesses and informal sector players coping with both high inflation and high interest rates?
I'm going to be blunt here, all right?
All right.
Small businesses and the firms in the informal sector, they are struggling to breathe. That is the truth.
Wow.
They are struggling to breathe. High interest rates mean that, of course, the cost of borrowing is going to be out of reach or is already out of reach. So at that point, many small businesses have had to cut down production. They've had to do a lot of downsizing of their staff, and they have tried as much as possible to shift sometimes to cash-only transactions just to try to stay afloat. And then going to the informal sector, which, according to the statistics, accounts for over half, or over 60% rather, of the Nigeria's workforce, you discover that these people have no access to credit at all. And then even where it seems that there is access to credit, some attitudinal issues on the part of the entrepreneurs in the informal sector also affect the rate at which they make use of this credit. That is, even if they have access to it at all. So at this point, they are trapped between rising input cost and then collapsing consumer demand. So for me, those people are on a survival mode. They're just not on a growth mode. They're just trying to survive. They're not growing yet.
And also now, what's the interplay between the Naira's volatility and the inflation outlook, especially with continued FX challenges?
All right. So looking at it from the challenges we're having with foreign exchange, you see that the link between Naira volatility and the current outlook we have on inflation is direct. All right. It's direct and somewhat brutal. Permit me to use that. You see that when the Naira slides, you discover that the cost of importing food, fuel, and maybe other raw materials actually shoots up. Okay. So when you look at it also from locally produced goods, they become expensive because they rely on imported inputs. So as long as we have foreign exchange instability, okay, there is still going to be a lot of challenges with our inflation. And then we've seen, when you look at it, we've seen that since there is volatility in the market, since there is foreign exchange instability, inflation will remain volatile. And the central bank has made a lot of progress around the foreign exchange backlog clearing. Yes, that's fine. But when you look at it from a speculative angle, you find out that there is policy inconsistency, which keeps undermining that progress.
All right. So let's take it away from the broader impact and bring it to projections and policy. Do you think there is a timeline for when Nigerians can realistically expect to feel some relief? And I mean in terms of food prices, fuel costs, and general purchasing.
Well, looking at the current trends with the hope that we've seen with headline inflation, I'm projecting that maybe late 2025 or sometime early in 2026, that is if things go right. And when I mean if things go right, the implication is this. What it means is if we get decent harvest, if we try to stabilize foreign exchange, if we try as much as possible, all right, all the stakeholders involved, if we try as much as possible to fix insecurity around those major areas where we rely on for food production in the country, all right, these are the conditions that should be met, I believe, should be met that would help us to see, some glimpse of hope, maybe late 2025 or early in 2026, all right? So until then, price pressures will remain high, especially for essential commodities, okay? When you talk of relief, before then, I would say it is for now premature, okay? Nigerians will keep feeling the heat unless structural interventions actually kick in.
All right, now talking about non-monetary measures, which do you think should complement the central bank's actions to tackle inflation more holistically?
All right, like I said earlier, these our challenges cannot be fixed with monetary policy or monetary measures. So looking at it from the non-monetary side now, the first is to secure our farmlands. It's very important. Insecurity is choking agricultural output. Farmers are complaining. Farmers would suffer to plant, weed, they will spend money on labor, and then one day, one afternoon, all of a sudden, you find that cows are taken through the field and they eat up all of these crops, and that affects yielding. So our farmlands first has to be secured. Then secondly, there is also need to invest in what I call rural logistics. And rural logistics implies that in all of these areas where we have major farm producing concentration, the logistics in those areas has to be fixed. roads has to be fixed, storage facilities, transport has to be fixed, just to ensure that food waste and food cost is reduced as much as possible. Thirdly, there is need for support for local production through what I call targeted subsidies, all right? Targeted subsidies. If you want, for example, rice to be the focus, then there is need to actually provide subsidy that will focus on rice, not just subsidy on agriculture per se, but if you want it to be on rice, if you want it to be on yam, if you want it to be whatever food item you want it to be, it has to be targeted because it's very, very important. And then, of course, there is need for essential support for fertilizers and mechanization of agriculture so that farmers who use crude implements or who use crude method for farming can actually take advantage of mechanizations and even technology to be able to have better yield quality. And then, of course, like I said earlier, smart data-driven systems have to be in place just to make sure that vulnerable farmers and, of course, vulnerable farmers can have access to what it takes to actually produce enough that would serve the country.
All right, still on projections and policy, some economists argue that inflation in Nigeria is largely structural rather than demand-driven. So would you agree? And what does that imply for future policy?
I agree, absolutely, because the inflation issue in Nigeria is structural to the core, all right? Structural to the core. And why is it structural? Let's look at it from this angle. We have poor infrastructure. We have weak domestic production. We have, over the years, we've seen complaints of erratic power supply. And then, even in the recent past, we have seen, and even currently, we have seen distortions in the area of foreign exchange. So demand side policies like interest rate hikes barely scratch the surface. That's why I said interest rate hike cannot fix inflation. That is what happens on the demand side, okay? But the inflation of Nigeria right now is a structural one. And so we must find a way. What does it now mean? What it means is that policy must be coordinated and multidimensional. It's not just every time interest rates hike, interest rate regulation and all of that. That is just on the demand side. The structural issues need to be looked at. So policy has to be multidimensional, all right? It has to be coordinated. It's not just about the CBN doing the heavy lifting, okay? The fiscal side must step up. There must be investment in agriculture. There has to be investment in power. There has to be investment in transportation. And of course, industrialization has to be given a lot of priority. Otherwise, we will just find ourselves running in circles. And this is how it seems like we have been running over the years. And I think it's time for us to stop running around the circles and find solutions that can actually solve these challenges for us.
All right, and talking about risk, what do you think are the key risks that could derail this tentative progress on inflation?
All right. It's a good thing. People are happy. Inflation, headline inflation is easing and all of that. But then again, there are some red flags or few red flags that I want us to look at. First, if global oil prices would have to crash, it means that our foreign exchange earnings will drop. And that means that the Naira will have to come under pressure again. So that's one red flag. Secondly, insecurity. If it worsens, especially in the north, central, as well as in the northwest, we are going to see that food inflation will spike further. Thirdly, if fiscal spending becomes reckless, all right, especially leading up to elections. We're looking at general elections coming up in the next 2 years, I think so. So if reckless, spending is still the in thing, all right, or we see where subnationals increase in their borrowing ability, all right, we'll now begin to see that the renewed inflationary pressure that we think has dropped, we would begin to see that it will just derail. All right, it will derail. So discipline is very important and not drama, as long as we are looking at some of the issues that may affect our joy that we are currently experiencing as far as the headline inflation is concerned.
All right. So finally, are there green shoots of hope, and what should Nigerians and investors look out for that might signal that sign of relief on the horizon?
Well, it's a good thing that the inflation has stopped accelerating, and I would say that's a good start. But then we must be very cautious. We're also seeing signs of improved foreign exchange liquidity, and we're also seeing some moderation on imported goods pricing. Fine. That said, for Nigerians, there is need to watch market food prices and not just official data. Sometimes official data might be reading something different on paper, all right, or on the screens, but when you go out to the local markets, all right, you begin to see that there is a deviation in that. So Nigerians should, and investors should, watch out for market food prices, all right? Then on the investor side, investors need to keep an eye on fiscal stability. They need to put an eye on foreign exchange flows. And then, of course, security metrics. You wouldn't want to invest in a project that doesn't guarantee security. So investors should look at fiscal stability, foreign exchange flows, and security metrics. They are very important. And if possible, if those actually stabilize, then we may finally begin to see some green shoots of recovery as far as Nigeria is concerned. I believe that Nigeria is a great nation, and we just need to fix some of these structural issues that have been around us for years. And that can help us to begin to see some glimmers of hope or some green shoots of recovery.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much. We've been talking to Dr. Goodluck Norum. He is the Director, Center for Data Analytics and Simulation, Caleb University, Nigeria. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
All right, we'll go on a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be having our second part of the conversation this morning. Just stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Welcome back to Business Morning. Now let's move on to our second conversation for today.
Right, we are unpacking what many are calling a troubling paradox in Nigeria's economic story. A recovery on paper, but without relief on the street. Recent GDP figures shows marginal growth, and government officials have spoken optimistically about economic stabilization. Yet, for many Nigerians, rising inflation, food insecurity, naira instability, and an increasing cost of living remains harsh realities.
So how can an economy be growing while its citizens feel more squeezed than ever? Is this a case of statistical recovery without structural impact? And what needs to change for growth to translate into genuine relief for the average Nigerian?
And to help us unpack this complex puzzle, we are joined by Olusegun Okunade. He's a policy and public affairs analyst. Good morning, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you for joining us, Mr. Sheson.
Good morning, Didi, and good morning to all our viewers across the globe. Great to start the week with these beautiful ladies on a Monday morning.
Thank you so much, sir. Now let's start with the headline numbers. Nigeria's GDP has shown signs of growth. So what exactly is driving this recovery on paper?
Okay, thank you very much. The last count we had a significant growth of inflation reducing from 22.09 to 22.02. Having a base index of 0.07, which we consider as good growth. But if you ask me, it doesn't speak to the reality that we have on ground. And if I must address your question, what we have heard and what we have read, what we have seen, speaks more to some of the current reforms being put together by the government, which they said is actually addressing certain issue. But truth be told, that the big masquerade that has actually, ignited this inflation, and it's not allowing the show of whatever reduction is still remains stagnant, and that is the removal of subsidy, of which some of us have said that it is really not the removal that is our concern, but what are actually the plans that were actually put in place to absorb this. This has actually been a focal area that is really not allowing some of the reforms to impact, on the common man. And this we'll discuss extensively as we progress in our interview this morning.
All right. So, despite this growth, like you mentioned, inflation remains stubbornly high. So, how do you explain the disconnect between economic expansion and worsening living conditions?
Yeah, if you understand from my first point, there is a major factor that cuts across everyone, whether you are rich, whether you are poor, irrespective of your ethnic or religion correlation, and it speaks to energy. Every one of us, one way or the other, know the impact of what either petrol or diesel contributes to businesses in the country. An average businessman makes use of power. If he's not actually using the national grid, he's on the alternative power supply. What is the cost of you actually utilizing that? Because that forms the basis of your cost of production. And every business organization has come to the illusion that currently it takes about 60% of their operating cost. That is the energy cost. And it's really a huge contribution that is impacting on the growth of those economy. So if you ask me, when you consider that inflation is reducing, but the cost of production is not reducing, you can see that the cost of petrol keep reducing by, in an insignificant way. And what do I mean? The last time we heard about reduction by 20 naira from the major factory, what impact will that have in somebody moving goods and foodstuff commodity from the north to the south? It has not impacted so much on that particular thing. And that's why we are of the opinion that how much contribution and support are we giving to our local refinery, in the sense that we can see more of reducing the cost. We have suggested times to that number that how can we make sure that we have a specific, amount of crude oil being given to the refiners and satisfy with the nation without them, utilizing some of those products out to make more money for themselves. And it relies and beckons on what data do we have of our daily consumption that we can use to guide this submission. I can tell you today that if we are able to address the aspect of energy cost in such a way that we can transport our goods and services at a very minimal cost, the businesses that are running on alternative power supply, even when the national grid is not available, is able to have that at a reasonable cost, it will drop the cost of goods and services, and you and I will be able to have a great impact on what we have currently. But if this is not addressed, I can tell you that we'll be having more of on paper some of the indices that are to speak to growth on our economy, but it may not be impacting on the common man like you and I.
Oh, wow. So now can you help us understand the sectors that is actually growing the most and whether they actually align with the sectors that employ the majority of Nigerians?
Yeah, well, the sector that currently are having a good leeway on the growth now, I will speak more to the IT, telecoms. They seems to have the order of the day, even though it's not an interesting thing on them. I'm privileged to work with some of these telcos, and I know that their cost of operation to sustain the availability of what both of us are doing currently, that is provision of internet services and even voice calls, are not easy to come by because majority of their assets are being imported. The foreign exchange is impacting on them. Also, the cost of sustaining their sites where their base stations where they generate this is really not cheaper to maintain on their particular area. But by and large, you have seen that after COVID, a lot of people have migrated into relying more on the telecoms and looking at the driven of AI, artificial intelligence, blockchain, even some of the meetings that we have to go on. You have seen that the service providers are actually catching out when you give it to me. It's been a big struggle for the production arm because of the energy cost and access even to raw material. The food and agricultural area are not finding it interesting because of the area of insecurity. That should have been an area where we should have so much largesse on. So when I want to allude to it, I will tell you that the telcos and the fintech company seems to have the order of the day, and they've been contributing so much to, in fact, they've been the leveler where we can say that our economy is growing. But when you look at the production arm, an average businessman is actually suffering to sustain themselves in keeping the business alive, of which I can tell you that your organization is not exempted from it, because if you must keep your company running for 24 hours, I'm sure you know the national grid cannot even satisfy that. Even when you are on band A, there are system collapse and there are failures even from the provider of the service here and there.
All right. So, still on the everyday reality, do you think this type of growth inclusive, or are we seeing a situation where economic gains are concentrated in just a few sectors or among a small elite?
Yeah, it's something that uh, should have been replicated to impact on other areas. But there is a big elephant in the house, which you and I know of: corruption. A lot of people that are supposed to even pay the actual tax to government for revenue will tell you that even when those taxes are actually being paid, government are not putting them to the right use to impact on their businesses. So they are shortchanging the government to carry out the basic thing that is expected of the government to be done to every businesses, which in terms of road infrastructure, the energy that we're actually talking about, a lot of them pay that limits the revenue that the government are actually making. So it's not allowing that to actually go wrong. Even when some of these funds are provided to the government, a lot of people divert, they misappropriate the fund by not having the right priority on things that they are expected to do. And that on its own impact on the government. We want to believe that with the current reforms being carried out by the government in our fiscal policy and the good handshake between the fiscal and the monetary policy handlers, we might have improvement. And with what Mr. President have actually said, that it's not enough to provide a policy. The implementation of these policies are in the hands of those that are actually giving us the direction. We want to see what this will do, because we've seen the policy working in the right of giving reliefs to common man and the SMEs. When it comes to implementation, we want to see if this is followed through in the area of implementation. I can tell you that we can see the light at the end of the tunnel. But I have said it times to that number that we have fantastic policies on paper. But when it comes to implementation, a lot of people look at way to circumvent it in order to have personal gain for themselves, because they know that there are no consequences to wrongdoing when they even do it, when they are not even fulfilling it. Because even our politicians on their own part, how much of the promises that they give to the people do they follow through to see that they deliver it? Even when they fail, nothing happens, we move on. And that is the path at which we are seeing some of these elites, making use of some of the things that we have.
On that, sir. Now, how are structural issues like fuel subsidy removal, FX instability, and food supply chain disruptions playing into this disconnect?
It plays a key role, I must tell you. On paper, you might hear that food inflation is about 20-something percent. But thank God I'm actually being hosted by ladies who actually have access to markets. We men may not be able to give the actual figure, but I'm sure you can speak to the fact that the food inflation is not in line with what we have recorded. If I give a practical consumable, the staple food on the table of a common man, take for example, those days they ask you that you must eat one egg. Is good for your health. How many people can access egg as we speak when you have a crate of egg being sold as high as 6,000, 7,000? That on its own is quite high. And the agricultural sector will tell you that the access to feed for some of these poultry farms is really not cheaper to come by. And that is really not giving them the good leeway. Even when they finish it, logistically moving, when it comes to logistics and moving those things to the end consumer, the cost of actually doing that on its own is huge. When you go to other businesses, the provision of infrastructure, like having access to electricity, is really not easily come by. Just over the weekend, we heard of some state trying to see how they can subsidize the electricity. Is to speak volume that even though every organization rely on this, if you must grow, you must make it available to people and make it affordable. It's not just having those things available. So many people are on band A, but do you know that even when they pay so much for that electricity, they transfer the cost to the end user, which becomes unbearable for a lot of them to actually, and that's why we have said that the removal of subsidy should have come with some back-end soft landing for the common man, which we can give a leverage to for every businesses to ride.
Okay, some experts argue that Nigeria's economic growth is not underpinned by strong policy reform. So would you agree, and what reforms are most urgent?
Yeah, I would agree that it's not solely relying on policy, but we still need policy to drive that because policy gives direction. The area where I feel we are lacking, and it's my personal view, is the area of consequential management. There are a lot that are actually being done by the federal government and even the state government, but we don't follow through to see the execution of some of these things. And a lot of people divert the funds without actualizing the set goal that is expected of them as a political elite. And it's an area which I feel this government is really not having so much in. The fiscal policy have said so much in the area of streamlining the taxes to be paid and automating the process. But we always ask our question, when people actually, divert some of this so-called good policy, what are the consequences that is actually being melted on them to serve as deterrent? And as a matter of urgency, I think that is the area where we need to go. Our anti-graft agencies, talking of EFCC, ICPC, how much of a punishment are we instilling on people that are actually diverting the fund? That is an area where we need to work on. If that is actually strengthened and we are able to bring to justice a lot of people that are actually misappropriating our fund, then we can see the reality on the part of the reform that is actually being carried out. But if that is not being done, what we keep seeing day by day is that people will come, misappropriate fund, and use the same fund to come and oppress you and I without anything being carried out on them.
All right. So what measures or structural changes could help turn this growth without relief into growth with inclusion?
Yeah, some of the structural relief I will always put out is that government should work more on our infrastructure in terms of road, in terms of electricity, which everybody rely on. And the biggest one I will always call the number one, but I save it for the last, area of security. A secured environment is a prosperous environment. Gone are those days when people can carry out businesses 24/7. These days, it's pretty difficult even to move from one state to the other because of the high level of insecurity that we are. If government can address some of these areas, making security a priority, I can tell you that every other thing will fall in place. Those days, a lot of us, we always say it with pride to say that we want to travel at night. Most people travel at night to carry out businesses. They move in the night, and the next night they are back to their base to have actually executed some of those things. But these days, the fear of you even travel by road is actually there. And when you now have to plan, you put those costs even on the things that you have to do. So we want a situation where government can, address this head on, providing security. And that's why we have advocated that we can always do this security architecture in a different way. We've been doing it the same way by having it at the center. Can we regionalize it? Can we empower the state government in carrying out that? So what this will definitely translate to is that a secured state, people will tend to advance there, and it will become a reference point for other states to build on. But when you leave everything at the center, everybody just hold on that, well, I will provide the little I can do. We are relying on what will come from the center to actually carry out. And I think that is a structural area that needs to be addressed for us to have growth in our economy as a nation.
All right. So finally, what indicators should Nigerians really be watching to know if things are getting better in real terms? What should we look out for?
Yeah, Debbie, it's a general thing that you and I will always want to look out for.
Yeah.
An hungry man is an angry man. The first area where you know that these reforms are working is to make food affordable for the common man. Once a common man can have access to food, I'm telling you that they will tell you that the government has done the best that is expected of them. Because when you don't have food on your table, it's pretty difficult for you. If you increase the minimum wage as it is, I can tell you that the minimum wage cannot take a lot of people even to the bus stop, not to talk of taking them home. And that is actually impacting on their deliverable. Upon the minimum wage, education is not affordable because I can tell everyone that we gave kudos to past administration, talking of a lot of us having access to public education. I that I'm speaking to you did not attend any private school. I attended the private school, a public school, under the regime of late Lateef Jakonde here in Lagos. And I believe a lot of leaders that we have there have access to same. People that attended the private school then were very minimal. How are we providing some of this educational infrastructure for the common man? Because it's a leveler. Both for the rich and the poor to have access to this education. I believe if we are able to do this, and also the healthcare sector, while we are growing up, do we have access to a primary health center in our locality that everybody can access? But as we speak, our leaders would rather prefer to travel out of the country for their health facility or for their health tourism as staying local. And I keep saying it. I said on the sister station this morning to say that it is government themselves that are encouraging Japa, because it is not the foreigners that are taking care of them when they even travel out of this country. It is still the same Nigeria that they are not given that conducive atmosphere and the ease of doing business to. Yeah, a lot of them will do wonderfully well where they are, because there is a system that works, the infrastructure is there to encourage them. I'm not the part that will say that they are earning so much. If you give good conducive environment for businesses to grow here, there are certain amount of money you will earn that will be a good source of living for you without comparing yourself with the foreign people there. Because when they earn so much, they spend so much. You can imagine what somebody will pay as his house rent in a month over there when you convert to Naira. Is it the same applicable here? What some of us pay as annual rent is what some of them pay as monthly rent. So the basis of comparison is not there, but we keep saying that government should look at ways to make this environment more conducive, easy to carry out business. Nigeria is blessed with natural resources. We are blessed with intellectuals that all other countries are actually capitalizing on to grow their system. I think the only thing we lack is the system and the institution to carry out harnessing these resources that we have together for the betterment of our nation called Nigeria.
Thank you so much, Mr. Olusegun Okunade. He is a policy and public affairs analyst. Thank you for joining us and unraveling a lot of puzzle this morning. We really do appreciate you.
Thank you very much, D&D, for hosting me this morning. A great way to start the week, and I encourage our viewers to always tune in to Business Day TV so that they can have insight into the current happening, especially in the business world. Do have a wonderful week ahead.
All right. And that's the much we can take on Business Morning today. Up next is Big Story. My name is Deborah Eze.
And I remain Destiny Mama. Keep watching Business Day TV. Good morning.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today. Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning and welcome to the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. We're kicking off this new week with a political jolt that could shake the 2027 table. Nigeria's former vice president and PDP heavyweight Atiku Abubakar is making headlines once again, and this time is for what many are calling a shock defection to the African Democratic Congress. Now, this isn't just a game of musical chairs, it's the opening move in what would or could become one of Nigeria's most unpredictable election cycle yet. Now the question is Atiku trying to rebrand under a new banner? Is this a play for third force relevance, or are we witnessing the early cracks of deeper realignment in Nigeria's political landscape? And more importantly, what does this mean for the economy, policy direction and business confidence as we approach 2027? Well, to help us unpack this and so much more is the Senior Special Assistant to His Excellency Atiku Abubakar, is also a political strategist and commentator, Mr. Demola Olariwaju. He knows the ins and outs of party politics in Nigeria just like no other. So welcome to the show, Demola.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. It's my pleasure to be here with you.
Absolutely. Thank you for joining us this morning. First off, this move caught many people off guard. And the question many have been asking is, why ADC? In your opinion, what's your read on the thinking behind this move by Atiku Abubakar, His Excellency?
Well, I think the important aspect of it is that is the result of the last election, the result of the 2023 election. That election was ethnicized. It was made. The focus wasn't on good governance. People, the subject matter became the North or South thing, and eventually led to APC winning power. We all agreed that the late Muhammadu Buhari, God rest his soul, didn't have a fantastic performance. It was below par. And so most people did not want APC in power in 2023. But, and that's why, APC and the incumbent president had 37.7% share of the votes, which is it's an absolute minority. It's a minority in the absolute population of 100%. He had 37.7%. Alhaji Atiku Abubakar came in by the INEC figures 6.98 million. And His Excellency Peter Obi also came in with 6.1 million votes. And so it's easy to conclude that if there was just one opposition party and just one ruling party, then the ruling party would have been defeated with their 37%. If you add Atiku's votes to Obi's votes, then we would not have the APC in power. So that was the thought, or that's the thought, and we are about to see that now. Fortunately or unfortunately, as to your question, why ADC? Fortunately or unfortunately, the People's Democratic Party has been infiltrated. The party is no longer what it used to be. The party is no longer fit to play opposition, and some of us do not think that the party can win a national election now or in the near future. Atiku Abubakar, His Excellency, has run twice on the platform of PDP. He ran in 2019, he ran in 2023. And so now he sees clearly that this is not a viable platform for us to fight against the misgovernance of the APC. So, it's only natural that a third party had to be found, because the same was also happening in Labour Party. And His Excellency Peter Obi has also made it very clear that, these things are being instigated by the APC. So, a third party had to be found, and the ADC, the patriots in ADC yielded the platform to for the collective interest of Nigerians. I think it's commendable. But yes, that's why ADC, we believe that this party can become the opposition force that Nigerians want. And we think that, the coming together of His Excellency Atiku Abubakar and His Excellency Peter Obi is very good for the quest of Nigerians for good governance.
Right. So if I hear you correctly, are you saying that at the ADC now we're going to see His Excellency Atiku Abubakar as well as Peter Obi? Are you saying that they are going to be running together?
No, I'm saying that they will be there, but being the two major opposition forces that we have in Nigeria, being the two people who came, who drew votes, 6.98 million and 6.1 million. Being those two people, having the two of them, I feel it's more important that they have agreed to work together. Okay, so whatever the process comes to, however it is, we know that they will definitely be working together. Whether it's on a joint ticket or whether, but they will be in the same political party, along, of course, with the likes of Rauf Aregbesola, the likes of Nasir El-Rufai, and all the other eminent personalities who are in this party. And one name that has often been ignored in the media is John Oyegu, is the founding chairman of the APC. He's also a frontline member of the ADC. And so that tells you that this is something serious, indicates that it is definitely a realignment of opposition forces to end the misgovernance of the APC. And that remains the goal, Elizabeth.
Right. And do you think that ADC has the structure to carry such a candidacy?
Well, eventually, structures are built, okay? Structures are built, and the leaders of the party are now in the process of building that structure. They're going to build that structure. You've seen, I think, you were right when you said that it took a lot of people unawares, okay? Some of us who had known about it from some point, it didn't catch us unawares. What I think surprised me in this is how the leaders conducted themselves with so much decorum, conducted themselves with so much with a spirit of sportsmanship, a spirit of togetherness, with an eye on the ball kind of operation, I do not think that the APC ever thought that, their excellencies will work in the same political party. People were also surprised when Atiku showed up at Rauf Aregbesola's place in Osun State, and, you had the drummers. That was when they started to see that what is going on. And so, yes, so I think the structure will be built, and if the people who are there, then I think we know that this is something that can be done. It's not just Atiku and Obi; it's also the experience of the former Senate President, Senator David Mark, who is known as a very calm operator in building structures. He's very calm. He knows how to, pacify people who feel aggrieved. And then you have the energies of Rauf Aregbesola, tireless worker. You are seeing that going on in the Southwest. So I think with those leaders, ADC is definitely, because look, at the end of the day, I think what it boils down to is how much do Nigerians want a better life? How much do Nigerians want to end the misgovernance of the APC? I think Nigerians have always wanted that. But the reason why there was a lot of skepticism in the system before now is because people felt there was no alternative. The PDP wasn't living up. The APC, the LP, Labour Party wasn't also living up to the opposition billing. So people had no hope. But now that, there is clarity, now that there's some clarity, I'm seeing excitement from people. I'm seeing people keying into the project. And I think that, yes, ADC will definitely live up to expectation because the structures will be put up. There's still a lot of time. Unfortunately, 2 years into the Tinubu government, 2 years into the next election, we are talking politics already. And that's because the APC government has nothing else to offer Nigerians other than politics. Okay? But opposition has time. Opposition has nothing else to sell to Nigerians except this, except politics, constantly arranging and criticism. That's what the opposition has. But you are the ruling party, you are the sitting government, you should be able to do policies that make people want to come to your side. If I'm buying eggs cheaper than I used to buy it under Muhammadu Buhari, if I'm buying petrol cheaper than I used to buy it under Muhammadu Buhari, I would be a Tinubu supporter today. Nobody will be talking about the ADC. So the best advertisement for a ruling party is to actually perform well, okay? But because they've not performed well, that's why the focus is on politics. Nigerians can't wait to get them out. And I commend the leaders themselves who have been able to bring themselves together to provide this avenue for Nigerians to kick out the misgovernance of the APC.
Right. And one thing you've spoken about before, you've spoken about political brandings and ideology. Do you think this move blurs the lines even more in Nigeria's party identity crisis?
That's a very that's a very well researched question, isn't it? And okay, so I believe very strongly in ideology, and I hold on to it. I joined the PDP as a matter of ideology, but the party lost its ideology, okay, in the last election due to the ethnicity issues that came up in the party. Right now, the good thing is that a lot of people who are part of this coalition are people who all identify with the same kind of ideology, okay? Fortunately or unfortunately, we are not going to be able to thoroughly explore the ideologies of the ADC before we put out the party for Nigerians to vote for. What will happen is that manifestos will be brought on board. And the good thing again is that the manifestos of Atiku and Obi are quite similar. Remember, they ran together in 2019. Their ideology was the same. That, let's, okay, so you hear the Tinubu government, whenever they want to talk, they say, oh, we removed fuel subsidy. Obi said he was going to remove it. Atiku said he was going to remove it. That's what they always say, that, so it's kind of like they're copying from their playbook. So their ideology has always been similar. And I think, in ADC, it will be fully entrenched. But of course, it's going to be also, it's a coalition. So it's going to have a diverse range of ideologies. You have a strong faction, a strong bloc from the APC, which is the CPC bloc, the Buhari bloc. They are also going to come in. Their ideology is not exactly the same as that of Atiku or Obi, but I believe that, everyone can be brought together, because at the end of the day, what everyone wants is simply a Nigeria that works. What everyone wants is a Nigeria where goods and services are okay, where there's the rule of law, where the value of life, the insecurity is no longer there. I think that's the most important ideology, which is, getting this government out for the sake of good governance. So yes, in answer to your brilliant question, I think that, it's a coalition. It's expected that, there will be diverse ideologies, but at the same time, the two front men, the two key men in the coalition are on the same page as far as ideology. So I think we are still good to go by my own ideological standards.
We're still good to go by your ideological standards, but what does this actually say about the evolving structure of political competition in Nigeria? Because we talked about, obedience are still in the conversation, but we still have a sitting president seeking re-election, and we still have Atiku now on a new ticket. So what does this actually say about the evolving structure of political competition in Nigeria?
So I think politics is not static. I think politics, at the end of the day, reflects humanity. Politics reflects the impact on human lives. Ideology doesn't exist in a vacuum. Ideology must have an impact. It must have an end goal. So when people say socialism as an ideology, for example, the end goal is that everyone is well catered for. When people say capitalism, the end goal of capitalism is that, the aspiration of the human spirit or the aspiration of every human, you can meet that aspiration to the best of your ability. So it's always about the people. As Chief Obafemi Awolowo said, he said, man is so dynamic in development. That is, everything must always boil down to how do we improve the lives of our people. So for the political evolution of Nigeria, I think this is a very crucial turn. I think it's a realistic turn. I think, the two arrowheads, and I keep coming back to that because I think, being the people who were on the ballot against Tinubu the last time, it shows their individual strength. The problem we had was that those strengths could not be brought together. Now, people have to understand the politics of give and take, the politics of free and fair elections, free and fair primaries within a political setup. People will now be introduced to that, okay? We saw what happened in the last election. Atiku Abubakar won the PDP ticket by, a series of political maneuvers. Tambuwal had to step down. But Peter Obi, got the Labour Party ticket on a platter of gold. I think people who support him will be coming into a place where they will see the other side of politics. That look, sometimes it's about, how interested are people in your structure? How interested are people in your candidacy? If people are interested in your candidacy, then delegates will vote for you. So I think, it's good for the political evolution because a lot of people are going to learn how important politics is, how things happen in politics that, yes, Demola might want to be president, I might want to be president, but, I need to put in the work. I think, their excellencies have put in the work. I think there's still a lot for them to do. But for those who are Nigerians looking in politics, I think that this is a very good time to be a part of this political movement because it is going to create a lot of surprises. It's going to have a lot of lessons for people. But most importantly, I think the most important lesson will be that not rewarding a bad performance with a second term. I think that's going to be the biggest lesson to the political establishment. They are going to see that, you cannot fail in office and then because you know how to play politics, you simply assume that you can continue to take Nigerians for a ride. So I think it's a positive development for our political evolution.
All right, so let's touch on the business side for a bit because obviously this is Business Day. Would you think that a move like this will affect investor confidence or perceptions of political risk in the run-up to 2027?
I think yes. I think when Bola Tinubu mentioned the four wise men, when he mentioned his four wise men, Aliko Dangote, Samad Rabiu, and those other guys, a signal was sent into the business community that these are the guys. But people also look beyond these things and realize that you didn't mention one of your strong men. One of the people who are with you. We know the people who are moving things. Some of them are not even Nigerians anyway. For instance, the biggest project ever awarded in the history of Nigeria, the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway that they are building, it's awarded to a Lebanese contractor. So at the end of the day, Nigerian business people are going to look at themselves and say, what exactly has this government done for us? And then they will look at what can this government do for us? This is a government that, first of all, the APC party is not a capitalist party, okay? Foundationally not a capitalist party. And that's why Muhammadu Buhari did a lot of those things that he did, where they were having those socialist programs. There wasn't a lot going on the economic side of it. It wasn't good for private business. It wasn't good for entrepreneurship. Now we're about to have a combination of capitalist and populist policies under Atiku Abubakar or Peter Obi or both of them together, okay, whichever way it goes. Now, we're about to have that. I think the business community should be excited. I think, for example, another example, this government is talking now about privatizing the refineries, okay, privatizing the refineries. This is the same thing that Atiku Abubakar said in 2019. And they went to town with their propaganda machinery to say that Atiku wants to sell the refineries to himself. Now, guess what? Years after that time, $13 billion spent, those refineries are still not working, not producing a liter of petroleum. People are still receiving pensions from there. People are still receiving salaries, despite the fact that it's of no benefit to Nigerians, okay? And the government now says they want to sell it. They are coming back to the Atiku idea. They are coming back to what Atiku said in 2019 when he was on the same ticket with Peter Obi. They are coming back to that. Okay, so I think the business community would see through this and realize that if these guys are just waking up to it, then it means they don't understand the entire plot. They don't know exactly what is going on. I think the business community would also see that they would prefer to. Am I still audible?
Yes, very well, you are.
Okay, great. Yes, so they would see that if they are saying that they want to sell these refineries now, it's not because of an altruistic motive or a patriotic motive, that it is simply because they already have identified the people they want to sell those things to. And they want to do it because they are not exactly happy with how Dangote has been able to pull, to shake the markets, in terms of this production of petroleum. So I think the business community is definitely talking. We know business people, they always have their eyes on the politics, because at the end of the day, politics affects all of us, and it affects a lot of people who run businesses, both small and big. So they understand the difference. They understand the stakes that, look, it's between a capitalist government, populist capitalist government, and a pseudo-socialist government that is now in place. It's also at the same time between a free market economy and a state capture system, which is what we have under Bola Tinubu. So I think the business community will look at it and pay attention to what is going on to what has been going on in the last couple of days, and they will continue to monitor the situation.
All right, just because we're pressed for time, I'm going to ask you one question and then my final question. We know that what always happens is you see ego and all of that playing out. Do you see that happening this time around with the weight of ego and fragmentation like we've seen in the past? Do you see that playing out?
Sorry, I lost you there a bit.
Do you see ego playing out in this entire thing with this third, fourth coalition? Do you see ego playing out like we've seen in the past?
Well, to be fair, I mean, ego, it's I don't see it playing out in the long term, but I think feelings have to be acknowledged. Okay, I think a lot of people have to wake up to the reality that Nigeria may not exactly be about my own little corner. Nigeria is bigger than my own little corner. So if I and my circle of friends believe that Atiku is the best thing since sliced bread, there is a Peter Obi who also has his own base, okay? And we have to respect that. The same thing also from the other side. So, but I think, coming this far by them, they are coming this far shows that the egos have been put at the door. But the followers, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done with the followers. So it's still a very long way, but I think so far, so good.
All right. So finally, just looking forward, if elections were to be held today with His Excellency Atiku Abubakar under the ADC, what does the path to victory actually look like? I mean, what does it need to do differently, or what will he do differently?
I think I do not say this. So I will say this as a political analyst, not as an Atiku commitment. Right?
Exactly.
So I think the most important thing will be to have those two bases coming together. It absolutely has to be a joint ticket. Okay, it has to be a joint ticket, and the only way it can work is because Atiku has been vice president before, he can't be vice president again. So it has to be a joint ticket, but that joint ticket will come in a sense of co-president, so to speak, or come in the sense of a super vice president, which Atiku Abubakar also was, by the way. Under Olusegun Obasanjo, Atiku Abubakar was in charge of the economy, was the chairman, National Council of Privatization. He headed so many things. So I think if there's that coming together of these two gentlemen, I think if the elections are held today, then this government is gone. And the numbers back us up on this.
All right, thank you very much, political analyst and the senior political assistant to His Excellency Atiku Abubakar. Thank you for joining us on The Big Story this morning.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure.
All right, that does it this morning on The Big Story. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Stay tuned for Social Listening up next.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
It's the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back. This is Social Listening here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we discuss the stories making the round on social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and of course I'm doing this alongside
Onyeka Valentine.
Right, let's begin today in Borno State, where a proposed tribute to a former president is facing opposition. Now, the Academic Staff Union of Universities and the University of Maiduguri chapter has strongly opposed a proposal to rename the institution after the late former president Muhammadu Buhari. Now, the renaming reportedly announced at a recent Federal Executive Council meeting was framed as a gesture to honor Buhari's legacy. However, ASU describes the move as politically motivated and a clear deviation from the university's academic ethics. Now, in a statement, ASU said UNIMAID has spent nearly 5 decades building its identity, and rebranding it will now risk erasing years of history, reputation, and academic achievement. They also pointed out that numerous projects in the state already bear Buhari's name, and then UNIMAID ASU has called on stakeholders to resist what they label as an attempt to politicize education. Well, that's how they are reacting to this conversation and this renaming tactic. I don't know what you think, if you support or you're against this move, but I would like you to hold your thought. Let's see some of the reactions on social media very quickly to this conversation, whether or not this is a move to be supported or if to be on the side of, Unimade in this conversation. We don't know. But really, what are your thoughts on the conversation?
So, I would say any new thing that will create change for the better, why not? Again, if you look at it, they say you cannot get it wrong when you place the horse right before the cart. In this case, are they placing the cart before the horse? It's not even the question in this matter. I think if the university was losing steam and they see it being, renamed, or there's a name tag with the passing of Buhari within the change as a welcome situation, for me, I would say it's not bad. I would think it's great. I would say it is great. But the thing is this, if that's going to happen, then they seize this opportunity and change some certain areas in the university that has been lacking behind. Is it a good call to, to actually help add more value? I would say yes. But the question there is this. We're honoring Buhari with that. Are we going to see some more transparency in the flow in that university? Would we see a change, a growth in the people coming out of university, getting into some certain areas that will enable someone to say, where are you coming out from? So university, oh, great stuff. Oh, we actually have merged it with Buhari's name, or merged it with the fact that we're honoring Buhari. Oh, fantastic. So with that now, the university climbs up the rank, climbs up in some other educational status. That would be great. But haven't done this or made this decision to honor Buhari with it, it would be unfortunate if the university doesn't meet up that mark. Buhari was a great man. The reason why I'm taking my time to explain and make some, pauses is to let us know that when you honor somebody who has made strong strides in the nation, right, like that, make sure that you guys meet up the mark.
Well, I think the school has a point in saying that, why do we have to? No, it's not the fact that they don't want to honor. It's the fact that they're like, this school has spent 5 decades building their identity and rebranding, and it will now 5 decades. That's 50 years. It will now risk erasing years of history, bearing somebody's else. Let me tell you, you don't know what it. I'm sure you know, but I'm just saying that. There is nothing like you sweat building a name for yourself, building a name for something, and then somebody else just wants to come somewhere. That's really what this is, and I understand why they're fighting for their identity, because somebody else just comes from nowhere and then just wants to take it on, or just now be the all mark when you build something. So I understand why they're not going to take that, because if you did something for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, I know how it feels, talk less of 50 years. So I don't understand where they're coming from. They can take the name to any other school. If you get what I mean, like really, it could be renamed. It could be something else. I mean, the name is already in different places, so we might as well still maintain our own reputation and our identity that we've built over 5 decades. So really, I get the point that when they say they have projects in the state already bearing his name. So really, the university Unimade doesn't have to now, because suddenly when he bears that name, then everything. Let me tell you something about identity. The moment you start bearing this thing, then all the history that you've created with this name, when you're mentioning XYZ thing, it's in Muhammadu Buhari University, and then people are like, oh, isn't that the school? Maybe you're like, what's that? Isn't that the school that was Unimade? Or something like that? It's like, oh, isn't that the school that was Unimade? People forget. That's the thing about when you build something and someone else comes, people tend to forget. So it's better to maintain the identity. So I'm really for Unimade in this case. But let's see some of the reactions on social media to this conversation. Hama says, universities are created by law. You cannot just arbitrarily change their name, honestly. And says stakeholders must be consulted ASU are stakeholders, and the University Senate must approve any change. If UNILAG can reject name change, UNIMAID can also reject name change. I'm with Hama on that one. More reactions to this conversation. Cipher says, there's so many things named after him. There's no need renaming UNIMAID after his name. Even if there is any university that deserves to be renamed after his name, it should be the University of Transportation, Daura. I believe it should be a university in his hometown, not why UNIMAID.
Okay,
and more reactions to this conversation. Ben ZP says, this administration or presidency don't do any consultation before taking decisions. If not, they should at least give it a little time for consultation before making the announcement. Anyways, it's an opportunity to please the North now by any means. I think you wanted to say something very quickly. Oh, okay, do you want to take that one, or you want to say what you want to say?
Let's take this first.
Fat Metal says, let whoever is not pleased with the new name resign his or her appointment. The owner of a property, which is the federal government, named or renamed it, and the tenants are saying no. They have rights to go to the court.
Right. That's what I wanted us to take that last one. So, so I see where it's coming from now. Truth be told, it's no longer a case of they should meet up with the man that is good for them. We're now looking at it from the angle where they are saying no, we've earned our name over 50 years. So I started the conversation by saying, this is an opportunity for the university to grow, for the university to put its mark out there better than how it used to be. So, but if they are saying that they are fine with it, but the owners, like the last contributor they said, look, the owners have changed the name. It's a federal government, university, kind of, and so if that be the case, if they now say it's now, going to be changed after the great man, President Muhammad Buhari, late now, the former President Muhammad Buhari, late, if the university doesn't like it, they should look back and say, wait a minute. Before it was called UNIMAID, what was it before? If it was UNIMAID from the beginning, how far have they done? Is the name change going to help them become a far more better university? See, there's some certain things I always tell people, look, don't be quick to throw away change. It could just be in their favor. I understand they spent 5 decades growing their brand.
I don't see where a name change is in your.
If
you're talking about name change, is just a name change. It's just in honor of Buhari. There's nothing else that happens with the name change. So we can as well.
So let's see from the political angle. Now, I'm not a politician, right? I'm sure they had the reasons to do that, but again, that university is not the only university that has had its name changed over time, right? When a great person passes on, again, let's look at it from this angle. What if he had made he added a lot of value to that university? What if it was during his time the university had 1 or 2 other,
so they can do what they do, where some projects, some buildings in the school are named,
after the present.
Muhammadu Buhari building, or faculty of whatever, faculty of art, Muhammadu Buhari. Those things. It doesn't have to be the entire university that is named after him. But we have to move on from this conversation. Let's move away from Nigeria. Let's go to the United States, where a trending controversy has emerged. Now, Andy Byron, the CEO of Data Ops firm, which is called Astronomer, has stepped down after a video of him tightly hugging his colleague at a Coldplay concert circulated on social media. Now, the clip filmed at the Cincinnati show showed the CEO and the company's chief people officer, Christine Cabell, together on the stadium's kiss cam. It quickly triggered different reactions, especially given their positions at the same company. Of course, by the next day, the company posted his resignation, pointing out the need for leadership grounded in professionalism and accountability. Now, that's the statement from the company. Now, co-founder Pete DeJoy has been appointed as interim CEO, and Byron's profiles have already been removed from the company's official channels. Look, this is just a very, devastating and a very sad, unfortunate, that's the word, unfortunate situation, because firstly, when you think about the ripple effect of this singular act, you think about the families involved. you think about the fact that this man has lost a major source of income as CEO. You think about the fact that he's lost reputation that is built over time. You think about the fact that he's lost marriage that is built over time. And you think about the impact that this will have on his children and in their schools, you know, on their spouses. There's just a lot. It's a lot. And also you think about the people that will also be affected, because now when someone like that leaves that position, now there are people that because of them have gotten, you know, opportunities. Now that also takes away food from some people's tables. Now the ripple effect of it all, both emotionally, financially, you know, mentally, it's a lot. But I will hear your thoughts, but let's just see some of the reactions on social media, because we don't have much time on this conversation, but there have been loads and loads of reactions, even some memes going around. People, you know how social media, people just try to have catch trips, and I don't really see it as something to catch trips with. From _435 says, if they just played it cool and carried on like before, no one would have batted an eyelid, and it definitely wouldn't have gone viral. That's easier said than done. Said, but guilty conscience had them panicking. Now the whole world knows of their affair. Well, that's very easier said than done. Diego says, this was clearly premeditated by the camera crew. Just imagine how much this man paid to get that spot so he can enjoy his favorite band. Not only have they ruined his experience, but they have just opened themselves to a lawsuit. Well, Wally Rashid says, they're both married. Not sure why the comment only focus on him when she's just as guilty. Right, that's very valid as well. Well, that's as much reaction as we can take on that conversation, but you know, it's just very unfortunate. I've not really wanted to just you know, say much about it. You know, just seeing it on social media, it's easy for people to catch up. I'm like, look, these things happen every day. I'm not here, you know, saying, oh, this is not me saying or trying to play moral police, whatever. But the truth is, these things happen. It's unfortunate that they are in the spotlight. You know, there are lessons to learn from this situation, because I'm particularly very concerned about, you know, their families and the things they've lost in the process of this, and also the fact that it was supposed to be a fun time, enjoying. I mean, everyone looks forward to a quote. If you're a Coldplay fan,
you know, there's this thing they always say.
Look forward to a Coldplay concert.
See, when you are in the public space or public eye, you must take into consideration everything you say, every move you take, and more importantly, every place you go to. Now, first and foremost, these are two adults. So let's even leave the moral area on one end. These are two adults who made a decision to have gone out together. Whether or not their marriages individually was not working, or they were having an affair, that is their private business. I don't want to get involved in that. But when you now understand that you're in public space, they should have known that the area of kiss cam will come to point, because cameras are everywhere. What are the
odds that they will think that the kiss cam will be on them?
Which is why
that's why some people think it's premeditated.
Exactly. So which is why they could have thought about it very well.
No,
look, now whether or not
things like that,
you can tell for them to have gone to that event together, it is something that has been going on for a long time. Maybe their marriages individually had broken down, and so, you know, they have found what they found, so they said, okay, let us move on with this. Maybe they could have made it public to their family, as the case may be. Unfortunately, it came to light prior to the time they had, you know, planned. However, I think there's some level of, you know, unprofessionalism I'm thinking the area, I'm playing the devil's advocate now, the area of the technical crew and those camera guys, right? The man was not in the public as in general space. He was in the VIP area. So if I was the producer of that event, I could have thought and said, look, truth be told, right? Those guys in VIP, give them their private space. Okay? So as much as we're saying, okay, lawsuit will come from the angle of the family, maybe the husband of the woman and the wife of the man, maybe they could experience some divorce or whatever, since he has stepped down. The man's life has been ruined one way or the other. Okay? What about the woman's life too? So if they now say, okay, we want to actually also sue the guys who produced that particular event, they also have, you know, they have the right of say, to say, look, we're in a private zone. You should have done that. These are 2 adults.
So I think this is the point where I've attended a couple of events, so like some high-profile events
I'm playing
where
the
they
devil's
say
advocate
that
now.
yes, where they say things like, so when you walk in, there are 2 things, which I think like even the last conference I attended. So they had said that there are no cameras going anywhere, like there are no like even media cameras. So they said because these people, so normally they give non-disclosure forms that you have to fill. So in the case where they saying that we're going to be filming this event, that's not even about anything, but just because you might not want. So if there's no non-disclosure form signed, it's in Nigeria that we do all this. Everyone will just be carrying film. You film yourself like this. You show all the people around you, all of those things. So I think that maybe from now on, this is also an eye-opener, because this Beyonce concert where you pay all this ridiculous sums of money, you might as well sign maybe they should start having that option of if I'm coming, non-disclosure agreements
where and everything should not be given out to public.
Yes, where the video focus on your concert. Or maybe this area is they'll put a tag on this area that this area, please note that this is, do you understand? So there should be a part where maybe there should be like an additional sum of for being in the areas where they're not filming anything, there is no kiss cam coming on you, and there should be the areas where you understand what I'm saying? Because you said VIP, but they don't have any of those non-disclosures, so they can't really sue. But if that's a thing, they can say, okay, our VIP section, and that will also inform the amount you're paying. That no cams are coming in this place, nobody's taking any videos, no cameras. But this area, so you're paying XYZ pounds. This is cameras are coming. So I think that's important.
And let's not forget in a hurry that this man, he is the CEO of the company, right? Now, he's no longer the CEO now. He was the CEO of the company. And so, if he had chosen to have gone to that concert with that woman, it was for a reason. Maybe he was about to pull the plug on his own marriage too. Because you could see them, they were quite cozy in their own way. Unfortunately, the cameraman did that. Well, let's see how it unfolds. But it is an eye-opener for every other person out there.
This is an eye-opener for the people organizing concerts, the people attending concert, and also just professionalism in general. So
lessons keep
learning lessons every day.
Exactly. It happened in their own private time, outside the office. Yes. And these are 2 grown adults. So I want to make a case for them.
It's also because of the positions they are holding. Because if you do certain things in a certain position, it tells a lot about your, whether you like it or not. We're still in a world where morality, you tend to make judgments. So it's just what it is. But I wish we can take our last story, but we cannot because we're pressed for time. We're out of time. But this conversation was truly important. We just see how this entire thing unfolds. But my thoughts to the families, because they're the ones that are going to be really bear the brunt. I'm not really. It's the families, the children, and the spouses of this.
Have you seen those other mimes and all those extra?
No, I've seen the memes. Of course, I have seen the memes. We gotta go now. Yes, we have to go now. But that's where we draw the curtains this morning on the social listening segment. It was truly interesting conversations that we've had right there, but we have to take a bow and leave today. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I'm Monica Valentine.
Until next time, keep watching BDTV.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today. Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Good morning and welcome to a new week, and this is Economy and Market on BDTV. We're starting off with the business news that have been making the rounds. So we start with the update from the stock market. Last week we saw the market capitalization of the NGX hit 83.2 trillion naira, as we've seen mid-cap stocks, as we've been seeing over the last few weeks, shining. On Friday, July 18, the market closed with a 1% gain, rising by over 1,300 points to hit a new all-share index of 133,585 points. Bullish sentiment drove the market, with daily trading volume spiking to 3.3 billion shares from 1.19 billion shares on Thursday. Market capitalization crossed 83 trillion for the first time, settling at 83.2 trillion naira. Among the top gainers, we saw Lane Africa, we saw NCR and UPDC leading the gainers. Then on the losing side, we see Red Star Express and Union Deconsult among the top losers. They declined by 9.97 and 9.62%. FCMB and Fidelity Bank dominated trading volumes with 1.3 billion shares and 1.1 billion shares. The all-share index has firmed above 131,000, has been driven by some select stock. It is assumed that if with this investor sentiment stays upbeat, the index could hit 135,000 in the near term. Year-to-date performance stands at 27.8%. Then we're moving on to the money market, as we saw that mutual funds have attracted 1.99 trillion naira in the first half of 2025. The Nigerian mutual fund industry saw robust growth in H1 2025, attracting 1.99 trillion naira in net inflows. According to SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission, the industry's net asset value surged from 3.98 trillion to 5.98 trillion naira, which represents a 50% growth. Money market funds led this growth in the mutual fund industry, expanding from 1.68 trillion to 3.14 trillion. Then we saw dollar funds, real estate investment trust, equity-based, balanced, and fixed income funds also recording growth. Then specialized funds such as clean energy and gender-focused funds rose from 3.7 billion to 17.63 billion during the period under review. The growth basically underscores Nigerian investors' trust in mutual funds for wealth preservation and moderate growth. We move on to the deal that we saw happen last week. The Attorney General of the Federation has clarified that the RC Investment Manager is part of the First Holdco and CBN trustees for the shares deal. The federal government denied its involvement in the acquisition of 25% of First Holdco PLC shares by RC Investment Management Limited. This is according to a release by the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation, dismissing reports suggesting that the government participated in the transaction. First Holdco also stated that its chairman, Femi Otedola, was not involved. RC Investment Management is probably a special vehicle special purpose vehicle in a trustee arrangement set up by First Holdco with the CBN. The CBN approved Stanbic IBTC to oversee the trustee as a third party. The sellers of the shares were Barbican Capital Limited and its affiliate, as well as Leadway Group and its affiliate. According to findings by Business, the RC Investment Management is associated with Samuel Sule, who is the CEO of Renaissance Capital Africa. The CBN brokered this deal to resolve First Holdco's leadership crisis. RC Investment's role as a trustee will involve holding the shares in custody for other investors, which is a common practice in such arrangements. Then moving on to the confidence index, as we saw industry rise. Industry is leading as confidence in economy rises to 20.7 index point. Confidence in Nigeria's economy strengthened in June 2025 with the overall confidence index rising to 20.7 index points from 18.7 in May. The Central Bank of Nigeria's Business Expectations Survey revealed rising optimism among businesses about macroeconomic prospects, particularly in industry-driven activity. The industry sector led the surge with the highest confidence at 23.1 index points. All sectors reported a positive outlook driven by expectations of higher business activity volumes. The confidence index is projected to rise to 41.3 index points over the next 6 months. Businesses flagged high interest rate insecurity and insufficient power supply as some of their top constraints. Despite this, firms expect activities to pick up with indications of increased hiring in July 2025. Average capacity utilization dipped slightly to 58.2% in June. Then we move on to Augusto & Co. upgrading Odua's group credit rating from A+ to AA-. Odua Investment Company Limited is owned by the 6 southwest states of Nigeria, and they announced that Augusto & Co. has upgraded their credit rating from an A+ to an AA- with a stable outlook. This upgrade reflects improved operating income and cash flow driven by higher dividends, investment returns, and stronger rental earnings. The rating acknowledges Odua's strategic repositioning, including divestments from underperforming assets and reinvestment in high-yielding portfolios. Odua Group Chairman Bimbo Ashiru highlighted that the company's commitment to prudent financial management and sustainable value creation. Augusto & Co. noted that underperforming legacy assets and macroeconomic challenges like inflation and high energy costs are potential risk for the company. But however, the company remains confident that the strengthened capital base and strategic investment will sustain a positive financial trajectory and enhance contribution to the Southwest region's economic development. Then finally, we are seeing that NVIDIA CEO has sold some of his shares. That's Jensen Huang sold some of the shares in NVIDIA. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang sold about 75,000 shares valued at approximately $12.94 million. This is according to a new SEC filing. The sale is part of a plan adopted in March for Huang to sell up to 6 million shares of the leading AI company. Earlier this week, he sold 225,000 shares, totaling about $37 million. NVIDIA announced plans to resume sales of its H20 chips to China, H20 chips to China soon, following signals from the Trump administration that export licenses would be approved. Surging demand for AI has boosted Huang's net worth and pushed NVIDIA's market capitalization above $4 trillion, making it the world's most valuable company. Huang wants to sell chips more advanced than the H20 to China at some point. After the break, we return with market rundown from last week Wednesday. Stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your go.
Welcome back to Economy and Markets, and we are going straight into the market snapshot from last week Friday. On Friday, the NGX All-Share Index surged by over 1,300 points, 1,301.79 points, closing at a new All-Share Index of 131,585.66 points, representing a 1% gain, bringing the overall year-to-date returns to a robust 27.84%. We saw market capitalization go up to 83.241 trillion naira. In terms of volume traded, we saw 3.35 billion shares traded, valued at about 62.39 billion naira. Last week, we recorded over 500 billion naira in trades during the week, the highest ever seen on the NGX. Then we move on to the top gainers and losers. We see setting the pace on Friday was NTR, the telecoms company, gaining 10%. Len Africa, the publishing company, gaining 10%, and UPDC also gaining 10% to hit a share price of 484 kobo. Then Boa Cement, another large cap company, gained 9.98% to hit a share price of 123 naira. Ella Lakes, after some few days of being down, went back up 9.98% to hit a share price of 10 naira 80 kobo. And amongst our losers on the flip side, we saw Red Star Express down 9.97%, close at a share price of 12 naira 92 kobo. Union Deacon 9.62% decline to close at a share price of 10 naira 80 kobo. Academy Press down 6.67% to close at a share price of 7 naira. Then Sterling Bank, Sterling Holdco down 4.34% to close at a share price of 6 naira 17 kobo. Then we see First Holdco, First Bank, basically after days of rallying, over 21% gain between Wednesday and Thursday. It went down by 4.10% to close at a share price of 33 naira 95 kobo. Amongst our most actively traded stocks, FCMB Group led trading with 1.31 billion shares valued at about 12.63 billion naira. They were followed by Fidelity Bank that saw 1.15 billion shares in trading value of about 23 billion naira. Then we also saw a lot of action on Access Holdings, 113.8 million shares in deals worth about 3.07 billion naira. Chams Holdco, 92.621 million shares in and a trading value of about 293.87 million naira. Zenith Bank also saw significant trading action, 50.7 million shares in deals worth about 3.622 billion naira. In terms of the weekly market cap, last week from Monday to Friday, we saw the NGX climb by over 5,000 points. The All-Share Index gained 5,436 points, representing a 4.31 weekly gain as the market hit a new all-time high. And in terms of our weekly performers, Unicel was part of them. Unicel gained 32.6% during the week. Boa Cement also gained 31.3%, rallied by over 30%. ABC Transport, Associated Bus Company, rallied by 28.4% during that week. And we also saw industrial and medical gases accelerate by 24.9% during the week. Secure Electronic Technology rallied by 21% that week. And amongst our big weekly losers, we saw Academy Press leading the race. It lost over 24%, almost a quarter of its value last week. RT Briscoe down 22.7%. The same thing, Curtix down 19.6%, almost about 20% of its value. Cavertine was also down by 19.3%. And Champion Breweries, after weeks of rallying, we saw quite a bit of profit taking on Champion Breweries last week as it closed at 17.5%. Then when we look at the sectoral highlights, we saw that there was a remarkable 19% gain surge in the industrial goods sector, especially boosted by Boa Cement. Basically, it signals a renewed confidence in some of Nigeria's growth sector. Over the week, we saw the banking sector up by 5.3%, insurance down by 3.65%, consumer goods slightly up by 1.34%. However, oil and gas down by 0.76%, and industrial goods soared by over 19%. Basically, mixed signals from the oil and gas and the insurance sector, coupled with some global headwinds we are seeing, calls for caution. And on the global side, the US Dow Jones Index slipped by 0.32%. The S&P stayed flat, closed around 0.01% on Friday, and Nasdaq also went up by 0.05%. So there was a lot of flat movement in the US market. In Asia, Nikkei 225 went down 0.21%, Kospi down 0.13%. However, Hang Seng rallied by 1.33%, and in Europe we saw modest gains as the FTSE was also up by 0.22%. There was flat closing in France as the CAC 40 went up 0.01% and the DAX index down 0.33%. On the currency side, we've not seen quite a bit of action on the currency. Although currency pressure still exists, the Naira is strong enough to withstand some of those pressures. The Naira closed at 1,532 against the dollar in the official market. In the euros, it closed at 1,781 naira to the euros, and on the UK side, 2,054 naira to the British pounds. And after the break, we return with a conversation on sustainable financing. And in the studio, I have Wade Aimi. After the break, we'll meet him.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
everyone. This is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
In the studio this morning, I have here Wade Aimi, who is a chartered accountant and a thought leader. He has featured in some pivotal roles in Nigeria's energy sector, particularly with Sahara Group, where he built a core framework for internal audit, risk management, and compliance. As the acting managing director of Sahara Bulk Storage Facilities, he guided the company through some critical operational transitions, overseeing logistics and warehousing. Notably, he pioneered Sahara Group's inaugural sustainability report in 2015, and he replicated this milestone at Ikeja Electric and Egbin Power PLC, setting industry benchmark for responsible business within Nigeria's power sector. His impact now extends to digital media and fintech, as he is a board advisor with Financial Services Innovator, where they're nurturing Nigeria's growing fintech ecosystem. Through his consulting firm, Accounting Lab Limited, he advises Egbin Power PLC on sustainability reporting and content strategy. This morning on the show, we have Mr. Wade Aimi. Good morning and welcome to the show, sir.
Good morning, David. Great to be here.
Yeah, it's nice to sit here and talk about sustainable financing in this Nigerian economic landscape. When you talk about the word sustainable financing, sustainability reporting, there is a lot of, it sounds like buzzwords. Sometimes a lot of these corporations release reports about sustainable financing, sustainability reporting, and all. So basically, just lead us through it. What is sustainable finance, and why is it important why is it crucial to our landscape in Nigeria, our economic landscape in Nigeria?
Okay, so sustainable finance, is financing that integrates environmental, social, and government activities, what you call ESG today. Sometimes you replace the environment for economic.
Okay.
So it could be ESG, economic, social, and governance. It could be ESG, environmental, social, and governance. And this is really because you're trying to foster long-term growth.
Okay.
But let me just give some context to that. When you look at a lot of the happenings that have come into sustainability reporting, financing, and so on, it comes from the MDGs, the Millennial Development Goals, which ended in 2014, 2015, and then came out the SDGs, which is the Sustainable Development Goals, where for the first time the UN brought together the private sector into public space so that they could work together. And in 2015, I remember when the SDG launched his platform, he set up what you call the advisory group, which had about 15 companies. The company I used to work for then was a member, and I was fortunate to be party to understanding how that works and brings it into what you call sustainability. So you have the 17 SDGs, 1 to 17, which is about partnership. But first, just to quickly, like I said, bring context to it, you must place the SDGs into 3 broad frameworks. There's one that deals with the economy, which is SDG 8, 9, 10, and 12. Creating decent workspace, industry innovation, reduced inequality, responsible consumption, because that's where businesses play. And then you look at the society as the next part of this, which has to do with SDG 1 to 5, no poverty, no hunger, and stuff like that. And then you look at those that deal with the biosphere, which is SDG 6, 13 to 15. So that way it helps you understand better what ESG is really speaking to, meaning that how are businesses operating responsibly towards ensuring that at the end of the day the world is a better place.
Okay, so basically within the scope of, so for example, an average Nigerian will probably say, so how can I fit this into my business landscape? What do I do? How does this come into play in my business landscape? What's the importance of all of this? You are telling me to plant trees when I'm trying to pay staff?
That's a brilliant question, because when everybody talks about ESG, the first thing that comes to you is climate.
Yes.
But what I have come to realize that, like I explained, the 3 linkages of the SDGs, which helps to form the broader framework for the ESG application. It's a journey. It's not a tick box exercise. It means that you as an organization has to build a system. It's not just about the board. It's every member of the organization contributing to, one, how do you do business? Is it just about profits and taking away today and then tomorrow there's nothing for you? Let's remember, today's child is tomorrow's consumer.
Yes.
And so if you're not creating the right environment for them to, one, get decent work, and you may live in societies where they have quality education, there's gender equality, then what are you preparing for? And I always use this analogy in the terms of where there is no economic and social, what are we talking about in terms of biosphere, which has to do with life on earth, life on the water, climate change. A good example would be where you have not provided social amenities. So how do people think about climate change? A man who doesn't have money to buy gas or cooker, definitely is going to cut trees because he has to feed.
Yes.
I'm not saying that's right, but these are things that must be looked at all hand in hand, and then you now start to look at it. How do businesses shape their narratives in the way they run those businesses in terms of their governance structure? Do they have proper governance structures? Do they have proper boards as they kick off? Do they have operational systems that if Mr. A is not there, Mr. B knows what is going on, and so on and so forth? So like I always tell people, it's not just about the board of the organization. It's every member of the organization contributing its own quota from his own operational aspect towards the broader perspective of ensuring that, one, you do business responsibly, you're able to access funds responsibly, and then those funds that are being put into things that would create long-term value. Okay. Not just long-term profit, not just short-term profit.
So do we have any, does Nigeria have any policy framework or regulatory framework, especially on the subject of sustainable finance?
There are some, I don't know whether they are full-time framework, and there's something I'm working on which probably will come out in the next few weeks. But Nigeria adopted the Sustainable Financial Principles, which comes from SEC. What does that do? It helps to ensure that at the end of the day is to create businesses that are resilient, that are competitive, towards ensuring that not just the environment, even social and governance structures are working properly, and then systems work.
What are the key features? Corporate governance, transparent financial reporting. Remember, the Financial Reporting Council, along with the standard boards, accounting standard boards, released the ISSB 1 and 2, which was to help report how organizations are going about sustainability within their businesses. And like I said, it's not a tick box exercise. It's a journey. It transcends time. So you and I can be here today, but once you set the right framework for it, what it then means that the next generation of people will walk into it and see that you do business responsibly.
Okay. So now the question I want to ask is, these are like the easier, these are the word I'll use is green bonds. ESG linked loans. We see that a lot right now. We've been seeing recently the federal government just issued another set of green bonds. I think Access Bank issued some set of green bonds some months or a year ago, and we've been seeing it. So what exactly are these things? What are green bonds? What are climate linked financing, climate finance instruments? What are they exactly?
Okay, so the first thing is, what is a bond?
A bond
is a debt.
It's a debt, yes.
Exactly. So what do you, when you say green bonds, when you refer to sustainability, everybody talks about green, meaning that the environment must be green. But there are two aspects of it. There's the green and there's the blue, meaning land and water. So it's very important that we take those two things into context. So someone can come up tomorrow and say, like, we know that they're talking a lot about this administration, talking a lot about the blue economy, yes, which has to do with water. But yes, nobody really focuses on that. Why? Because like I said, everybody's on climate. There's so much financing for climate activities. But when you don't put into context, like I said, the economic and the social, then all these issues in terms of funding, because whatever you're funding has to do from the perspective of the economy and the society towards providing the right atmosphere for it. So what are green bonds? They are basically bonds, like your normal bonds, but yes, they're tied to projects that we say will create long-term sustainability.
Okay.
Some of them,
so they may not necessarily be tied to climate.
Not necessarily only to climate. It could be tied to agriculture.
Okay.
It could be tied to waste management. It could be tied to. I know that so one of the development banks, the African Development Bank, supports a lot in the creative sector in terms of sustainable funding. Why? Because when you look at those things, fashion, filmmaking,
okay,
music, and everything all ties together in order for you to create
a sustainable.
Well, I don't want to use the word, to create an environment where people of the future will have something to use.
Okay.
When we all go away, and that's what sustainable financing speaks to. A lot of people say, oh, it's agriculture, energy, in terms of renewable energy, in terms of transition energy, uses like gas, trying to move from fossil fuel to gas, which is the transition into renewable energy.
So basically, I'm hearing a lot, but one thing I want to ask is, it sounds like when you talk about sustainable financing, we can see long-term financing.
Well, it depends on how you look at it. All forms of financing could be short, long,
I'm looking at
short,
it not
long,
from
or medium. No, what we are saying is that you're investing in projects that will create long-term sustainability.
Exactly.
Not just about profitability,
yes,
but it creates new value. It creates more wealth for a larger number of people at the end of the day, rather than you just thinking about profitability.
So the point, that's where I was getting to. The point is, it's not in the term of the loan. I was talking about in the sense that the loan or the financing is really tied to projects that can create a long-term value.
Well, they're tied to projects that have been classified under green,
okay,
like I explained to you.
Okay.
There are a number of activities under agriculture,
okay,
under tech, under energy, under waste and water management. How do you do those things in a manner whereby you're creating a system that is long lasting and you are not wasting the resources of today, and those who are coming in the future will not be able to have the resources today.
Okay. So you just led to the next question I wanted to ask. What sectors basically present the most potential for sustainable financing? What sector?
All sectors do, but a lot of focus goes into agriculture,
Okay.
into energy, into waste and water
Manufacturing. How
management.
about manufacturing?
Oh yes, it does. Like I said, every sector. So let me use an example in manufacturing. How are you manufacturing your goods?
Okay.
What kind of raw materials are you using? Are they earth friendly? What kind of industry systems do you have? Are you just emitting gas into the air, which is what a lot of people are talking about in terms of climate change, your CO2 emissions? How are you managing that? So those kind of organizations who start to do those things that you see that relate to the ESGs, that relate to the SDGs and how they're applying them in doing business can easily can attract those kind of funding. And it is really, really important. Like I said, it helps you manage a number of things. One, governance is really key, because if you don't have the right governance structure, then every other thing we're talking about makes no sense. Two, transparency in how you do things, in the world today. Yes, in your reporting, in how you carry out your activities, in human rights activities, in labor rights activities, in even applying the laws and principles in terms of how you do business. So when everybody talks about sustainability, everybody just thinks, oh, okay, just tick the boxes. Oh, you write a sustainability report. Oh, you have a board of directors. Okay, tick. You have an independent director. Okay, tick. No, it's a journey on how organizations decide to run those businesses more transparently, looking at the future. When they are when those, whether who set it up or those who are running it today, are no longer there, that the next generation can come in. But like I said, let's remember that today's child is tomorrow's leader. And not only that, today's child is tomorrow's consumer. So if he has nothing left, if he's dead tomorrow, then next tomorrow, there's nobody to consume your goods.
So now what we've said a lot around long-term value. What are some of the challenges that you feel like banks, investors, they face when they want to adopt sustainable financing? Let's say we have a number of ESG linked loans. We have a number of ESG linked loans, climate financing on different levels, but sometimes it seems like, what are some of those challenges you think they will face when they want to award, or say they want to link certain sustainability projects that they can term sustainable projects? What are some of the challenges that they face?
So the first part of it is, one, what is your governance structure? There are proper policies in place that address a number of issues. So it's not just about whether, like I said, it's not just tied to climate. It's tied to how you run your business. Do you have governance structures? Are people able to do their work without harassment? Do you have proper policies that run the organization? If the CEO is not there, can the organization run? Those kind of things. And those are the things that those who have those kind of funding will be looking at, and are continually looking at. How are you improving on them? How are you improving on the way you have? How do you appoint your board of directors? How do the management and the board of directors relate? Is it that once Wade speaks and then whether every member of the board says anything, it makes no difference? So there are a number of things that you need to look at. And when you look at between 2015 and 2017, the NGX released his sustainable guidelines, which has helped a number of
companies, listed companies.
Yes, listed companies start to provide those kind of information. Some of them, the good thing about it is that you must release your annual report, and you must speak about those things as the things that you've done in terms of sustainability. And what we have seen over time is a number of those organizations are tending in that direction. However, there is a huge challenge for the informal sector. I'm just starting my business. I don't have those structures, but I have a project that makes sense, and that's where the banks help start to administer those things. It's like 20-30 years ago, we didn't have a credit bureau.
Yes,
exactly. today there is an association of sustainability professionals who can speak to those things, who are working in some of the large organizations. There are people like me, if I can use myself as an example,
Yes.
who have been dealing with this and dealing with some of the big companies in terms of how you journey on your sustainability footprint. For me, it's always about the footprints. Are they lasting, or are you will it stand the test of time? Will you walk on the sand of time and everybody will say, oh, that's David's footprint, that's what he created? And I've seen organizations do that. And there is huge potentials. Between 2019 and 2022, Nigeria attracted about 4.4 billion in terms of green financing. Some of them are not going to be those that you see or the bonds. Some of them are going to come from private individuals or institutional investors who invest in some of those small businesses. There's a beehive of activity happening in that space, in the creative sector, in the agricultural sector, in the manufacturing sector, a lot of waste to energy,
yes,
and plastics management and so on. But when you're really not hearing those stories, and which is something, in my own opinion, is an area that we need to start to look into, because if between 2012 and 2024, the cumulative investment of sustainable financing has grown from 5.1 billion to $6.7 trillion.
Okay.
Then you start to imagine the kind of opportunities they have for Nigeria.
In that particular
yes,
space.
A lot of them happen to be in Europe, USA, and China. But you can imagine the kind of things that we can do in Africa with the kind of population that we have.
Thank you so much for this discourse. It's been quite an insightful discussion on economy and markets, and Mr. Wade Aimi has been of immense help contributing to this conversation. Thank you for sticking with us, and this is Economy and Markets. I'm your host, David Olujimi.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues, through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today. Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Oladabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at noon. I am Norma Obuna. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Now the headlines. Cardoso flags inflation risks as FAAC liquidity surges. APC to commence Abuja Heathrow flights October 26th announces 1 million naira fare. Nigerian doctors to begin nationwide strike on Thursday. Saudi royal prince Al Walid dies after 19 years in coma. Real Madrid planned summer raid for Liverpool's Ibrahim Konate. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the central bank governor Olayemi Cardoso has raised concerns over growing liquidity levels in the banking system from statutory revenue distributions, warning that the surge may spike inflationary pressures, triggering a tight monetary measure. Now, according to CBN, the windfall from oil revenue and exchange rates gains are feeding naira liquidity across the banking system, a situation that could result in money-induced inflationary concerns, countering the efforts of the Apex Bank to curb the rising prices and stabilize the economy. Cardoso also revealed that inflation is estimated to further trend downward due to the stability of the exchange rate and lower prices for food, energy, and transportation. The CBN governor added that the country's macroeconomic outlook is still fraught with elevated risks and uncertainty. And moving on, Airpeace Limited has announced direct international flight services from Abuja to both London Heathrow and London Gatwick airports, effective October 26, 2025. According to the airline, the fare went live on Sunday, starting from 1 million naira per trip round. The airline stated in a press release by Efe Osifo Whiskey, its spokesperson, that Airpeace has become the first Nigerian carrier to offer direct services from Abuja to both London's major international airports, further solidifying its role as a leader in regional and intercontinental aviation. And to end the local news, the Nigerian Medical Association has warned that it may shut down medical services across the country if the federal government fails to address its demands before the expiration of a 21-day ultimatum on Wednesday, 23rd of July. NMA President Bala Audu issued the warning in an exclusive interview on Sunday, stating that the association was fully prepared to take decisive action if necessary. Audu insists that the demands were essential to the survival of Nigeria's healthcare system and the welfare of medical professionals, adding that the provisions contained in circular were not mutually agreed upon, undermining remuneration and welfare of doctors. The ultimatum, issued on the 2nd of July, came in response to a controversial circular released by the National Salaries, Incomes and Wages Commission regarding revised allowances for medical and dental officers in the Federal Public Service. And onto the foreign scene, Prince Al-Walid bin Khalid bin Talal, a member of the Saudi royal family, has passed away nearly 2 decades after falling into a coma. According to reports, the late prince had remained in an unresponsive state for 19 years since being admitted to hospital following a car accident in 2005. After he was confirmed dead on Saturday, family sources announced plans for his funeral, which took place in Riyadh on Sunday. And to end the news, Real Madrid has reportedly considered a summer move for Liverpool defender Ibrahima Konate, according to Football Insider's Pete O'Rourke. The Spanish Giants, who recently secured Trent Alexander-Arnold on a free transfer, have long admired the 26-year-old centre-back and are prepared to test Liverpool's resolve, especially with just 1 year left on his current contract. Konate has been a key figure in Anfield since joining RB Leipzig in 2021, making 132 appearances and forming a solid partnership with Virgil van Dijk. However, stalled contract talks have cast doubt over his long-term future at the club. Liverpool are reportedly desperate to avoid a repeat of the Alexander-Arnold situation and determined not to lose Konate for free in 2026. They have slapped a €40 million price tag on the France international, but Madrid is reportedly considering a billion-plus cash deal to reduce the cost. And that does it this afternoon on the BDTV News at noon. I am Norma Obona. Keep watching BDTV.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities. With millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria, Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Tier 18 African countries like in rice discriminating deals for equivalent place.
Sadly, I don't think we're doing enough, and we're not doing it as fast as we should. So reducing
journalism and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get everyone in Nigeria with a suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Senior 18 applicant contributing a rice to strengthen deals for example, is good. Sadly, I don't think we're doing enough, and we're not doing it as fast as we should. So reducing non-trade, reducing all the barriers that are not legislated is a big issue. Increasing the efficiency at border posts, aligning the rules of origin. So the country is going to do more in that space. Countries would say that Africa have something complicated as winners as not Swedish brand world stage years. And so it creates a few countries that. Like what my thoughts are that actually they've done more in a short space of time relative to what Europe did, for example, from the Second World War. I think that we're on the right track. The outcomes are starting to manifest themselves. One example is the conversations people are having with one another on tax. So there is evidence that there's movement. Many of the people here are clients of Standard Bank, and they are building networks and relationships with one another. That for me is important because it's about connections between people who buy and sell goods with one another. It's about the movement of people visiting Nigeria or Kenya. And it's about increasing the connectivity in the continent. So this conference is important for that purpose.
The Lagos State branch of the Nigerian Labour Congress NLC, Trade Union Congress of Nigeria TUC, the Nigerian Union of Journalists, Senior Staff Association of Statutory Corporations and Government-Owned Companies and Radio, Television, Theatre, and Arts Workers Union RATAW have expressed grave concerns and outright condemnation over the arbitrary redeployment of some management staff and in-house union leaders at the Voice of Nigeria, VON, by the Director General, Mr. Jibrin Baba Ndase.
The Lagos State branch of the Nigeria Labour Congress NLC, Trade Union Congress of Nigeria TUC, the Nigeria Union of Journalists NUJ have expressed grave concerns and outright condemnation over the arbitrary redeployment of some staff and the in-house union leaders at the Voice of Nigeria, Lagos State. This action is not only unjust, but constitutes a direct attack and vindictive on democratic principles, freedom of expression, and the legitimate role of unions in demanding transparency and accountability. We are also aware of the Director General's flagrant disregard for civil service rules, process and procedures over the time.
Reports state that the unions confirmed that the affected officials were redeployed shortly after raising pertinent concerns regarding the current Voice of Nigeria leadership's operational and administrative practices, which are antithetical to VON's survival and growth.
We are aware of a letter addressed to the Director General by the in-house union leaders, the three unions, the NUJ, SASGOG, and RATAW, or Voice of Nigeria. Some of the fundamental issues raised in the letter to the Voice of Nigeria Director General includes: number one, no diesel supply to Lagos office since the third quarter of 2024. In fact, let's say since when he took over the position of Director General, he has actually abdicated his responsibility, leaving the voice of Nigeria solely dependent on unstable public power supply. So no diesel to power the generator. And we know that the erratic power supplies, the light can go off for hours, and the station that has served the country for many years has been left unattended to by the DG, even after the subvention to the voice of Nigeria. The second one, the non-functional, unconducive studios, dilapidated studios, outdated studios, outclassed studios, which have seriously undermined the production quality and efficiency. Absence of cleaning staff. We can even view it that where we are all seated, this place, look at the floor, is very dirty. And the environment looks so dirty, unkept. And it doesn't even speak so well of the federal government of Nigeria. Because this particular place where we are have history. Historically, this place where we are stands for anytime that then when we were in a military coup, they will come into this place and announce the takeover of government. And this could have been an historical and tourist center of attraction. Non-functional operational vehicles. We all know that the work of the journalists and those who work here is to move around. They cannot sit down in the offices and information will come to them or news. They have to go out to get the news. But once they have non-performing or non-functional vehicles. The fifth one is non-functional toilet facility. Is it not a shame for people to work in a federal government facility and you tell people that I work in federal government office, and yet there is no functional toilet?
The Lagos State branch of the Nigerian Labour Congress NLC, Trade Union Congress of Nigeria TUC, the Nigerian Union of Journalists, Senior Staff Association of Statutory Corporations and Government-Owned Companies and Radio, Television, Theatre, and Arts Workers Union RATAW have expressed grave concerns and outright condemnation over the arbitrary redeployment of some management staff and in-house union leaders.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
The Lagos State branch of the Nigerian Labour Congress NLC, Trade Union Congress of Nigeria TUC, the Nigerian Union of Journalists, Senior Staff Association of Statutory Corporations and Government-Owned Companies, and Radio, Television, Theatre, and Arts Workers Union RATAW have expressed grave concerns and outright condemnation over the arbitrary redeployment of some management staff and in-house union leaders at the Voice of Nigeria, VON, by the Director General, Mr. Jibrin Baba Ndase.
The Lagos State branch of the Nigeria Labour Congress NLC, Trade Union Congress of Nigeria TUC, the Nigeria Union of Journalists NUJ, have expressed grave concerns and outright condemnation over the arbitrary redeployment of some staff and the in-house union leaders at the Voice of Nigeria, Lagos State. This action is not only unjust, but constitutes a direct attack and vindictive on democratic principles, freedom of expression, and the legitimate role of unions in demanding transparency and accountability. We are also aware of the Director General's flagrant disregard for civil service rules, process, and procedures over the time.
Reports states that the unions confirmed that the affected officials were redeployed shortly after raising pertinent concerns regarding the current Voice of Nigeria leadership's operational and administrative practices, which are antithetical to VON's survival and growth.
We are aware of a letter addressed to the Director General by the in-house union leaders, the three unions, the NUJ, SASGOG, and RATAW, or Voice of Nigeria. Some of the fundamental issues raised in the letter to the Voice of Nigeria Director General includes: number one, no diesel supply to Lagos office since the third quarter of 2024. In fact, let's say since when he took over the position of Director General, he has actually abdicated his responsibility, leaving the Voice of Nigeria solely dependent on unstable public power supply So no diesel to power the generator. And we know that the erratic power supplies, the light can go off for hours, and the station that has served the country for many years has been left unattended to by the DG, even after the subvention to the Voice of Nigeria. The second one, the non-functional, unconducive studios, dilapidated studios, outdated studios, outclassed studios, which have seriously undermined the production quality and efficiency. Absence of cleaning staff. We can even view it that where we are all seated, this place, look at the floor, is very dirty. And the environment looks so dirty, unkept. And it doesn't even speak so well of the federal government of Nigeria. Because this particular place where we are have history. Historically, this place where we are stands for anytime that then when we were in a military coup, they will come into this place and announce the takeover of government. And this could have been an historical and tourist center of attraction. Non-functional operational vehicles. We all know that the work of the journalists and those who work here is to move around. They cannot sit down in the offices and information will come to them or news. They have to go out to get the news. But once they have non-performing or non-functional vehicles. The fifth one is non-functional toilet facility. Is it not a shame for people to work in a federal government facility and you tell people that I work in federal government office, and yet there is no functional toilet?
Please help me in welcoming Mr. Frank Agbogun, who will be moderating a fireside chat with the President and CEO of the Dangote Group, Mr. Aliko Dangote, who is ably represented by the Group Chief of Strategy, Mr. Aliyu Suleiman. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Aliyu Suleiman. He's the Group Chief Strategy Officer at Dangote Industries Limited, leading high-level strategic planning across the group, including refinery and petrochemicals operations, Dangote Industries. He's an INSEAD graduate, as well as many, many other wonderful accomplishments. So we welcome Mr. Aliyu Suleiman and look forward to a wonderful fireside chat.
Now, we know that the refinery has not only been completed, is now in operations. And I'd like to just ask a quick question, which I think is very important and may, find acceptance with you as well. And that is the question around when you make an investment decision and you even go to site, the journey doesn't seem quite straightforward as you begin to go on. Many things begin to happen. Where in other countries they get 1 or 2 approvals to do the thing, in Nigeria you probably need to get 20, 27 approvals. So I want to just ask Aliyu this question. How were those days as the refinery construction went on, and even when it completed? What were the uniquely Nigerian setbacks or delays or challenges faced to get the refinery on stream? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Frank. First of all, let me start by extending Mr. Dangote's apologies for being unable to make it, to both yourself and to the audience. So for the next couple of minutes, I think I will temporarily be Mr. Dangote, and How I wish my bank account will also temporarily reflect that. To answer your questions, I mean, you are also a businessman, right? You know how difficult it is setting up a business, not just in Nigeria, but also in Africa. It has always been challenging. Starting from the cement business, for example, across Africa, when we were rolling out, we faced various challenges. There was a country where we were held up in court for 2 years. All work was stopped. There was a country where trucks were delivered to the port, and the keys suddenly went missing, and the trucks could not be removed from the port. There was a place where our CEO was assassinated. So generally, doing business in Africa is unfortunately challenging. With the refinery, any project of this size globally is challenging because it is in a class that you call a mega project. And if you look at all mega projects across the world, one thing that is 100% certain is that they will not come in on time and they will not come in on budget. I think on our own side, to be honest, we were lucky that largely it sort of came in on budget, but of course not within time. So inherently the project is challenging, and then you put that project in Nigeria where the infrastructure is not there, the skills were not there, and that multiplies the challenge. We've all heard stories about the complexity and the size. For example, having to pump 65 million cubic meters of sand, having to build and install 250,000 piles to stabilize the land. Typically, when you have any process that is clear, any business that is clear, you know what to do. You document, you say these are the processes, this is what we follow. But when you have things that are uncertain of this nature, what you need is the right team, because you don't know what will hit you. So you need to have a team that will be able to handle solutions as they come. And then you also need to have leadership, and that's what Mr. Dangote demonstrated. I remember one Salah, I called him to wish him happy Salah, and he told me he was already at the refinery. He did his Eid prayer on the way to the refinery. He stopped at one mosque, did his Eid, and continued. So essentially, that's what it took to be able to handle this challenge. The leadership and drive of somebody like Alaji, and then having the team that will be able to address challenges as they come. And there were many, many challenges.
Thank you very much. Now, I think I want to go a bit deeper with a follow-up question. In January of 2019, just before COVID broke out, I was in a hotel room, with the former Vice President of Nigeria, Professor Shibanjo, Aliko Dangote, and a number of other people, including Tola's predecessor, Kunle Elebute. And we were just talking about the issue of project implementation in Nigeria. And Aliko suggested a critical role for government. In fact, his view was that once an investor makes an announcement of the intention to invest, government should set up a team to handhold him, work with that particular investor from when that announcement is made and when the investment is fully realized and the construction is completed. How do you think government can do this for investors in Nigeria to ensure that announcements are not just made, but that we actually see the materialization of that investment?
Thank you. I think that's a good point. I don't usually like using Singapore as an example because they're a special country, but I will still use them here. In places like Singapore, they have what's almost like a relationship manager that is attached to businesses that are coming in. And this is somebody that is quite senior and has clout to be able to make things. So when a company decides to come in and invest, that person is appointed and he is responsible to work across all the business departments to be sure that they are ready and they provide all the support that is required. If we look again at this project and the business, we needed a number of government agencies or services to be in step. We had to bring in a large amount of equipment, some of size and weight that have not been handled before in our ports, right? So if you have something like this, then it will be possible to sit down with the likes of MPA and say, this is what is coming. How do we build and be ready for it? Even during operation, I think that as we scale, we've seen sometimes a lag between our demand on port handling facilities like tugboats and the rest, and their ability. But of course, they always try to catch up, but there is sometimes some lag. And this kind of interface will have helped to streamline planning and to make it happen. Is also, aside from the government, sometimes when you look at sectors where you invest in a value chain, especially gas, right? If you were to look at the power sector, you have a value chain where various people have to coordinate their investment at the same time, otherwise it will be inefficient. In such cases as well, having this kind of relationship manager that will coordinate across all the value chain, not just within government, but also within businesses, will be quite valuable.
Thank you very much. I'd ask perhaps one of my concluding questions. The truth is, you need big investors to make the impact that Nigeria deserves. You need a big investor in power. You need a big investor in agriculture. I'm aware, for instance, in Turkey, one company alone generates 15,000 megawatts of power that goes into the grid. We have investors in Nigeria, and we need to get them to be as big as the Dangote Group is. But let me ask this question. He's conquered cement. He's conquered petroleum refining. What next for Dangote Industries?
Well, I don't know about conquering. That wasn't the intention. What Alaji always does is he looks at areas that are impactful, that are large scale, and that are difficult. So that will require somebody with his energy and drive and resources to be able to deliver. As a group, we are looking at our growth is going to come from 3 sectors. Foods and agriculture, that's the first one. Cement and building materials, which is our bread and butter, and then oil and gas. In the foods and agriculture, we are also driving local production. One advantage of the reforms that are coming, like the FX reforms, is that it now makes local production cheaper versus imports. When we started our sugar backward integration, we struggled with the economics because you can always get sugar from Brazil cheaper than producing it in Nigeria. But with the devaluation, now sugar produced locally is actually cheaper than sugar that is imported. So in the area of agriculture, we have projects that will still continue. So backward integration in sugar, rice mills, tomato, and so on, whatever is viable. Cement is a mature business, but we still continue to look for growth opportunities. As you know, in Nigeria, we are building a new plant at Itori that is targeted mainly at exports. A couple of years ago, our plant in Cameroon used to import 3 to 4 ships of clinker. But today, we supply all the clinker Cameroon needs, either from Nigeria or from Congo, within the group. We are supplying our plants in Ghana, in Côte d'Ivoire with clinker from Nigeria. And we now want to go beyond and begin to supply third parties that import clinker from other parts of the world to get that supply from Nigeria. In the area of oil and gas, which of course will be the largest and is an area of focus, we will expand the refinery as the economics dictates, and also continue to invest in petrochemicals. And then largely there's a plan to double or more than double the fertilizer production capacity, and to also invest in other areas of fertilizer so that all the fertilizer needs of Nigeria and other African countries can be met by the group.
Thank you very much, Ali. We won't have time to take questions from the audience, but I probably should end this conversation by asking you if there's any other thing that you think would be helpful in just providing context around the success of the refinery in such a short time, and the global refining situation and the leading role that the Dangote refinery is already beginning to take.
So the Dangote refinery is changing the global flow of petroleum products. If you just consider the fact that, for example, we take about 15 cargoes, which by next year will become 20 of petroleum, of crude oil every month. Historically, those cargoes will have left Nigeria, right? And then they'll go somewhere else, they'll be processed, and then they'll come back. But now those cargoes go from terminals in Nigeria to a refinery in Nigeria. So that is changing the flows of both crude oil and petroleum products, and is disrupting the market. The competition of having this alternative supply also means that suppliers from abroad have to lower their margins. Margins or prices of petroleum products have come down by at least $50 per ton since the refinery started, and all that benefit has gone to consumers. Share has been taken by the refinery from refineries across the world, from shipping lines across the world, and a lot of that value is now accruing to Nigeria and Nigerians.
Thank you very much. I am sure that Aliyu has been able to stand in the place of Alhaji Aliko Dangote, except that I'm not sure about his wish of swapping bank account with him. But please, a round of applause for my guest, and thank you very much.
Please help me in welcoming Mr. Frank Aigbogun, who will be moderating a fireside chat with the President and CEO of the Dangote Group, Mr. Aliko Dangote, who is ably represented by the Group Chief of Strategy, Mr.